I'm sorry. There you go.
They all have open mics, so be nice. Can you hear me? Connie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm getting better. Yay. They made it back. I couldn't see it. We ready?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
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 Is everybody ready?
Yep.
Don is.
Call this meeting to order at 9:01.
Can you turn that up, Heidi? It's hard to hear.
Roll call when ready.
Tell them, hang on a second. I gotta find the settings.
First, we have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now
Guys,
let's try a roll call.
Here.
Glenn,
Here.
Vanya,
Here.
Bob,
Here.
I gotta figure out how to turn this up. So you're gonna have to hang on a second. Don, do you know how to turn this up when you're on Zoom?
I think just the button on the little red.
Oh, on this one? Okay. Ryan, talk now. Thank you.
Can
Lo.
you hear me better?
Oh, yes, I hit it down. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Lois.
So I know that Don had added something to the agenda this morning or yesterday afternoon. And I believe that was some additional park ranger approvals.
Yeah, since the pack was put out there, I've still been recruiting and taking and processing applications. And there's 4 additional park rangers I'd like to get wage approvals for. And I figured we could put that, we already had the original list in new business 3. We could address that as a second motion in new business 3.
I'm fine with that. And then I have a recommendation that we remove the budget amendment from the consent calendar as there are additional agenda items that's likely going to affect the number on that particular budget amendment.
well, then the number can be modified because right now that's a wage line item that's over budgeted and needs to be fixed.
And my point is, who's talking?
I'm sorry?
Is that you, Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay. My thought is that if we remove it from the consent calendar, then it can be dealt with at the time of the business item in the agenda. So it'll be dealt with in this meeting, just not in the consent calendar.
Right, so go down to,
So where are you suggesting putting it again, Ron?
So that would go under business item. Bear with me a moment. New business 16.
Ron, in our packet, we're talking about, we have a change order request for Gosling Zubak. We have a item for that. I am going to be introducing change order number 1 that Gosling Zubak sent over. Do you want that added to what's already there? I emailed that to you, Ron, this morning when I found out you were not going to be here in person.
Okay, I logged out of email at 8:37. So, yeah, I've not had an opportunity to review it.
It's real simple, no changes in price. If you have an opportunity to pull that back up, that'd be great.
I'd make a motion to be added.
All right,
I'm not interested in adding anything to Gosling Zubek.
well, it is information and it is something that we are currently addressing. That's why I don't know if you just want to add it to the current. That way we're not adding anything new. If so, I'll make a motion to add it to our agenda.
I already made that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Seems appropriate to discuss it along with the other agenda item for that matter.
Given
Roll
that-
call when ready.
wait a minute, Don
Yeah, I
had
was just gonna
something
say,
to say.
given that there's 2 motions within that, and one of the motions is a little open-ended, I think it's fitting that we probably discuss that on that business item.
So you want to add this new business item, Don, to what agenda item?
I think we add the supplemental document to new business item.
19?
Yeah, 19. Yeah, it's a supplemental document to look at.
Okay.
and discuss. And I
Okay.
just spoke earlier that the supplemental document I had was for new business item 3. I misspoke.
Okay.
And after you vote on that, I have 2 changes.
Well, okay.
Well, so if we're still modifying the agenda, let's just continue to modify it.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the table to add the Gosling Zubak change order.
I'm not adding, I'm removing.
So can we get a vote on that?
Sure, why is that different than the adding the supplemental pay range or just to number 5 that we,
Because a motion was made. So are we
Then
not
take
gonna
your
vote on the
motion off the
motion?
table and combine them all.
I don't know what the rest of the matters are, and I have a change as well.
Well, take your motion off the table and then make one motion to add it all or take it out.
Is it added then? By consensus?
Yeah, it sounds like people think it's relative, so
Okay, great. Added by consensus.
Okay, I'd like to take 21, which is the 2024 memo PC annual report. I'd like to remove that from the agenda and put it on June. I'm still working on something for that. So I'd like to move it to June or July.
That's not gonna hold anything up, Heidi?
Nope, it will not hold anything up. It's just an annual report, but it has some issues. And I need to address the issues, and I'm not done addressing them. So I'd like 21 taken off the agenda. And the zoning administrator has requested, if anyone has any questions for her, we need to move her report up possibly maybe before public comments. She has 3 appointments she has to make this morning. So if anybody has any questions for her, could we move her report up before or after public comments, please?
I don't have. a problem.
After public comment, maybe.
I'm fine with that after public comment.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
And I have a change. I'd like to request that new business number 25, resolution 2411 be moved to right after reports to accommodate the schedule of the attorney representing Tremonto Hospitality. She is here in the room now,
Where'd you want it moved to?
right after reports.
I don't have a problem with that.
I'm fine with that as well.
I'm all right with that.
Thank you.
I have one other procedural question. And maybe should new business items 8 and 9 be switched in terms of order? Just because the 9 is the Elk Rapids Public Schools tax collecting resolution, and that's resolution 2409. And the Traverse City one, which is 8, is 2410. Do those resolutions have to be introduced in
Or
sequential order? Okay,
No.
okay, fine. Just wanted to double check that.
Sure.
Any other changes? Motion to approve the agenda as discussed?
I'll make the motion.
I think you made the motion.
Oh, I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Yes, Malmuth,
yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yep.
So we will move into public comment on Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom wishing to make a public comment? Please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you. Good morning, Deb.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Deborah Gale. I live at 11447 Michigan 72 East in Whitewater Township. I'm here today. I'd like to respond to Clerk Goss's report in the meeting packet. I came to the last meeting to speak, but there was no quorum, so here I am today. The former zoning administrator, the ZBA, and the board are directly responsible for your highlighted legal bills, not your constituents. You made the choice not to fix the problem when it was discovered. You could have corrected it in a timely manner, yet you chose instead to sweep it under the rug and hope it would go away on its own. You had several choices to correct it and didn't. You also had the chance to stop this at mediation, something you all voted for. Yet nobody was on the township's party was willing to negotiate. Both BAG's partners and our nonprofit group worked in good faith together to try to find a solution. Yet, and this is again a thing that you guys voted for. Yet the township was the only party that refused to engage. So you as a collective, along with the ZBA and the forming zoning administrator, are the reason for the legal costs. I have to pay twice. I have to pay the taxpayer increase because of the township's council. I have to pay for my own counsel. but that this is what we have to do to get someone to look at this issue with proper procedure and due diligence according to the law. I heard one of you state that the man in the black robe needs to fix this, not you. So again, these legal fees are the consequences of that decision. Singling out constituents who have been faithful attendees of meetings, who have voiced their opinions on how to make this township better and encourage you to follow the law is inexcusable. There is a large and ever-growing group of people, neighbors, and constituents who have joined this lawsuit. This group is the very definition of an aggrieved party. Stop referring to it as the Beam or Highmore lawsuit. Keep Whitewater Rural is a registered nonprofit which has grown to include a large number of constituents. I'd like to lastly comment on my observations that I've made during the past 2 years since I moved to this gorgeous place. I have never seen such a flagrant display of time wasted researching and pointing out useless allegations, agendas against your own board members and your constituents. The lack of professionalism and hours of wasted time is really distressing to watch, all while your constituents continue to pay your wages. In closing, I'd like to ask all of you, instead of plotting and spreading malice and personal agendas, I'd like to challenge you for the remainder of your terms to try to work better with your peers, doing an honest and earnest day's work every day you come in, serving the people who elected you. We are the ones who elected you, and you work for us. Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom wishing to make a comment? Good morning, Connie.
Good morning. I'm also going to address Clerk Goss. Thank you for continuing to update the township citizens on the cost of the Highmore complaint and the Keep Whitewater Rural lawsuit. I didn't see any highlighted display invoice when the marijuana debacle was going on, and that lawsuit was on your hands. Thank you for identifying what it costs the taxpayers when the township does not follow their ordinances, when township employee errors lead to the formation of illegal property. After the township was made aware of the code violation, it took 9 months for the township to agree to deem the property non-compliant, only to violate those same ordinances and send the non-compliant property to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Next, the illegal and improper ZBA proceedings, which then led to the current lawsuit. I would also like to point out that through this entire process, you, Clerk Goss, voted against township ordinances every time. Let's look at the record. Motion to uphold the township laws and deem 6631 Baggs Road non-compliant. Goss, no, I will not hold up the township laws. Motion to send 6631 Baggs Road to ZBA against township laws. Goss, yes, I will go against the township laws. Motion to reverse the board decision and deem 6631 Baggs Road compliant against township laws. Goss, yes, I will go against the township laws. I see in the agenda numerous emails about motions for the clerk to complete certain tasks, some requested over and over, yet the tasks are not done. It seems like you have enough time to badger citizens who are just asking you to follow the law. All the Highmore complaint did was make the township aware of a code violation, which is a fact. 6631 Baggs Road is an illegally divided parcel. The rest has been costs incurred trying to cover up mistake after mistake made by the township employees, the township board, the ZBA, and the township legal team. Clerk Goss, you were voted by the people for the people, yet you continue to slander citizens in the township, posting personal opinions on the township website, making slanderous remarks about neighbors to out-of-town developers, and not doing your job. Please do better for the community you work for. Your term is almost over, thank God. it's never too late to do better. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Okay, Vicky, I see your hand is up and my clock is at 9:20 a.m. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
I am outraged, sickened, and just plain tired of Clerk Goss's actions and behavior. Oh, by the way, my name is Vicky Beam. I live on Baggs Road. My name is highlighted in this packet. Her report last month and this month are ridiculous. To take the time to highlight residents' names in a recap of legal fees may actually be slanderous and defamatory. My email and phone blew up last month when the initial packet came out, and that happened again this month with Goss's report. Now, let's address what is highlighted and set your record straight, Goss. On March 2nd of 2022, a site condo plan was presented at the Planning Commission. At that time, your zoning administrator, Hall, informed all of the PC, as well as the public, of his error when he allowed the parcel that is now the subject of the lawsuit. I asked about this error in many board meetings and sent emails. All of my questions about the illegal division were initially ignored by this board. So all of you forced the legal action. This board is actually the one that should be highlighted in yellow on Goss's report. You are all responsible for this incredible mess. I have done nothing wrong, as is the case of the Highmores. Us, along with the residents of Whitewater Township, are the aggrieved party of this board and its actions. The only thing that we are guilty of is making sure our elected officials do their job and enforce the ordinances of this township. And I will continue to do so. If Ordinance 26 had been followed in 2020, we would not be in the position we are in right now. You all ignored us when the mistake was discovered in 2022, finally dealing with it last year. And the actions you took to deal with it are incorrect and showed you all further ignoring the ordinances and procedures that are in place in Whitewater Township. I have gone back to the meetings, the recordings of the meetings that have dealt with this issue. The supervisor states a mistake was made. The clerk states she can't say the parcel is in compliance with all the township ordinances. So true. And it actually isn't in compliance at all. Trustee Glenn stated you would be sued one way or another, either by the developers or the residents. Several of you chose to have the residents be the aggrieved party and have to pay both sides of the legal fees. The treasurer also stated you would be sued and also stated that the ZBA had granted variances in the past, yet forgot to mention that the variances were granted at the time of the application, not 3 years later. Both Goss and Bennick's interference with the ZBA prior to the meeting is also illegal. Look at each other. Take a moment to look at each other. I know Ron isn't there. You are the names that should be highlighted in yellow on Goss's memo. You caused the legal bills when you voted no on 919 to cover up the zoning administrator's error, who, as you notice, is no longer here. And a new zoning administrator is busy cleaning up the mess that he left. You all ignored that the maximum length to width in Whitewater Township is 4:1, not almost 6:1. You were wrong sending it to the ZBA to help it covering it up. And the township attorneys were wrong in how they led the ZBA decision. Go back to that meeting. The attorneys for the township and the developers, as well as Lois McLean, who was supposed to be there to just take notes, helped the ZBA write their findings of fact, which are a joke. Goss, I am so glad that you are not running. Bennick and McLean, I am going to do everything to make sure you no longer represent our township. Thank you for your time.
anyone else on Zoom wishing to make a public comment? Seeing no hands up, we
Yeah,
will
one more
move to the
hand up.
time.
Ron, Connie's got her hand up.
Who does?
Connie, well,
She's already spoken.
I know she's already spoken, so I don't know why she has her hand up.
I don't see that on my screen. I see her name, but I don't
have
see
my
her.
hand up.
Yeah, I don't see her hand up, but thank you, Heidi. So anyone in Township Hall wishing to make a public comment?
Lois McLean, 5919 Linderleaf. I'd like to say first that the auxiliary event for the fire department was really, really excellent over at the church as a fundraiser. And that Eric Abanowski was a firefighter in our township and has moved to Paradise Township, and his father is still a captain, I believe, here in Whitewater. And we decided to donate money to the Arbanowskis because their child is in DeVos Children's Hospital in Grand Rapids getting treatment. And I just thought that that would be nice that the township knew that we were doing that. Another subject, it seems paying an actual contractor to figure out a heat system would be a much better use of money than paying C2AE, a company that does not actually do any of the work. It seems for the 49,000 or 25,000, I can't remember, for them to come up with something to present to an actual contractor to come up with a quote, there would actually be in the zoning administrator / treasurer's office for that $49,000. And 25,000, maybe that's the one I got messed up, to C2AE to come up with something at the park. When again, we could deal with people who have already been working on the project and or actually do the work that needs to be done. At 49,000 and 25,000, both of these need to go out for bid. I urge you to spend the 74,000 proposed on actual work that will move toward physical completion of the jobs. Another subject, the township board has a duty to appropriately and responsibly handle taxpayer monies. It is a shame a lawn maintenance plan was not put into place for use until the full plan for bringing mowing and maintenance in-house could be completed. As taxpayers, we deserve to know what's the plan. What is the complete plan before any monies are spent on equipment? Who's going to do the work? Park rangers? There is no point in getting equipment if there's no one able to use it. Are these people going to be properly trained? Some of the required equipment is quite powerful, and we don't want people getting injured or ruining the equipment due to lack of training. How will this equipment be toted from place to place? Who is responsible for training someone to properly be able to maneuver a trailer? Do they need a CDL when toting equipment for the township using township vehicles and trailers? It is not like an independent contractor that has their own vehicle, trailer, equipment, and insurance. Do we have a vehicle to tow the trailer? Who is going to be allowed to drive the township taxpayer-owned vehicle? It's very expensive. Where is it going to be stored? Personally, I wouldn't buy any equipment if I had to store it outdoors. It seems like getting the cart before the horse is making arrangements to purchase equipment that the township has nowhere to store, nowhere to transport, and no one to use it. What's the plan? Looks like $100,000 plus, because it looks like we need a vehicle too. And that doesn't even include the trailer. Not sure where all this extra money's coming from. I think the township needs to complete the large dollar park boat launch parking lot project before expending these large quantities of money. It doesn't seem that due diligence has been done. You are looking at spending nearly as much on this as was initially planned for the boat launch project incomplete. That took a lot more deliberation than you seem to be giving this very expensive endeavor. Getting the cart before the horse. Absolutely, you're getting the cart before the horse. You waited years to get fire trucks and fire equipment that finally came to be due to grants and some saving and all of that good stuff. The park has been begging for years to address problems with permanent solutions and not just Band-Aids. Instead, you put very expensive Band-Aids on open gaping wounds and appear to be delaying so much that funds will be relinquished to the county for lack of progress. I can't remember that one. That's it, thank you. And now I'll stop back up here because I was requested to read a comment from Gary Buskowski, who is a member of the Parks and Rec Committee. He says, my name is Gary Buskowski, and I reside at 9496 Elk Lake Trail, Williamsburg. For some unknown reason, the Whitewater Township Board continues to ignore the thoughts and efforts of the township's Parks and Rec Committee. The committee has functioned for months without a liaison and on numerous occasions have come on deaf ears when seeking direction or advice on pertinent recreation community matters. This fact is not helping our community. Case in point, back in 2023, the committee secured ARPA funds for needed Lossy Road Trail improvements. An engineering feasibility study to determine potential costs implications was commissioned. On more than one occasion, the engineer of record requested directions from the PRAC representative as the final trail use intent, walkers versus vehicular use. The board has yet to give any final directions to the committee or consultant on this issue and has ultimately caused a delay in the project to the point that the engineering contract completion deliverables end date has come and gone. Realizing a resolve to the use question on Lossy Road Trail was not going to come in a timely manner, the PRAC put together a memo with 5 scenario options and at their April meeting came to the consensus that option 4 should be recommended for consideration by the township board. That memo, along with committee recommendation, was presented to the township supervisor by the PRAC chair. As a resident, I am baffled as to why this item does not appear on today's agenda for board consideration. What does appear under the supervisor's items is a memo to terminate the existing contract with Gosling Zubek Engineering for $6,800 and enter into a new agreement. Such a move by the township is not in the public's best interest, as considerable effort has been expended by the consultant. Fees for services on this previous contract may be due and may be in addition to the proposed new contract cost. Based on personal experience, the existing contract could easily be extended with a simple change order if agreed on by both parties. As to the question of scope presented by the supervisor, the PRAC and engineer understand the project includes the trail from Cook Road to Skigmog Point Road and includes ADA parking improvements at both of those trail entry points. Furthermore, a change in engineering scope is unwarranted based on the federal multi-use trail requirements, which do not apply to accessible hiker pedestrian trails. The best federal guidelines for trails, like the one contemplated at Lossy Road, is a minimum width of 36 and could be reduced to a minimum width of 32 if a condition for an exception prevents the wider tread. And he provides an web link there. Finally, the timing issue with Gosling Zubek Engineering contract could be easily resolved along with board consensus and direction as to how the Lossy Road Trail is going to be used and programmed moving forward. Resolving these 2 items will help the project move forward and ultimately meet its final ARPA completion deadlines. Thank you in advance for your consideration on these matters. Gary Buskowski, and he gave his telephone number. Thank you.
Anyone else in Township Hall? Daryl, is that UIC in the Township Hall?
Here.
Well, you're next on the agenda. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see everyone. I want to start out with it's Peace Officers Memorial Week. This Wednesday at 3 o'clock at the Law Enforcement Center in Traverse City, there's going to be a short service and some speeches, but we are honoring our law enforcement officers this week. And as we know, they stand between us and the bad guys, and they're the ones that show up when we call, and we're grateful to have them. And it's a chance to memorialize them. And it's actually at the Dennis Finch Law Enforcement Center, which was a Traverse City police officer that we lost, I see it was 26 years ago or something. I just saw it, like the anniversary was yesterday, and I was surprised how long ago that was. But a terrible day for law enforcement in this area, but their sacrifice is ongoing. And then speaking of sacrifice, we've got our fire department, the Whitewater Fire Department dinner that was held Saturday at the Methodist Church. Was very nice, really good food as always. And it's great to see so many of the Whitewater firefighters that we have in our community, because we don't ever want to be looking up at them when we're laying on the ground or in a car or something, but I'm really glad that they're there. So I appreciate it, and welcome Chief Morgan, our new fire chief. So you go to something like that, you feel really good about, you see those guys that are, you know, how much time and effort they're putting in and sacrificing their family. And, you know, like I say, I hope you never have to be looking up at them, but we're glad they're there. I don't have a lot to report today. I'm going to highlight a couple things. One is actually in Acme Township, but it's on the front page of the paper today. But the Acme Skyport, there's been some movement by the owners to recertify that as an airport. It's, I believe, I don't know this, horse show related to land planes there so that they can be close. I don't know what the plans are. The county commission is being asked to answer that by May 22nd. And I'm on the airport authority board, but I haven't talked to the airport director yet with his thoughts on this. But we checked with the state. MDOT has, like, they have a rail division, they have an air division as well, besides the road division. And when we checked last week, they didn't have any application in hand. So we're kind of being asked to answer something that we don't have any information. There might be more even at tomorrow's meeting, or there might be more coming up, but we're not trying to block that at this point or don't have an opinion. We're just, you might see in the paper that Grand Traverse County Commission is refusing to do something on it, because at this point we don't have any information and what that means.
Is that the old airport that's
The old
grass?
Acme Scarport, yeah. There's two parallel runways.
Did anybody address the helipad that's possibly the test? They want to land a helicopter somewhere on the bay?
I don't know anything
know
about
anything
that.
about
So
that? Okay.
it's the information we have is kind of no information. So at this point, I don't know that we can make any kind of decision or ruling. The other thing I want to talk about, the last thing I want to talk about is it's been reported now, but this is something we've been working on for a long time, but the former Camp Graylick property, 196 acres, used to be a scout camp, and it's owned by Rotary. Rotary leased that to the Boy Scouts for $1 for 99 years. Back some time ago, a lot of youth been there and enjoyed that property. There's a lot of buildings out there. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility. For some of those who have not been there, we're hoping to host some kind of an open house so the public can see it down the line. But we have been looking at a way to purchase that to be a county park, or to acquire it somehow. And Rotary is wanting to get rid of it. They try to do several things there and have decided that they can't make it work. It's not really in their wheelhouse. So where it is in county parks wheelhouse. So the deadline though for making a decision kept getting shorter. We had been negotiating with them, trying to get a buy sell, but they were getting pressure from private buyers as well to purchase the property. So long story short, we were able to, an angel investor plunk down the money for the property, which is amazing to plunk down over $3 million toward a chunk of property, so that the Nature Conservancy could buy it, so that the county can do their due diligence on a few things to acquire this property. And then that $3 million is then going to go toward another piece of property that the Nature Conservancy or not Nature, Grand Traverse County Land Conservancy is going to then protect as well. And there'll even be some opportunities for some workforce housing, some parkland and all that kind of stuff, kind of up by Hammond and 5 Mile. So, and that's a beautiful piece of property too, that landowner has kind of been, it's all been kind of connected. And Camp Graylick or Graylick, which is currently called GoRec, it's 196 acres, as I stated. It's adjoining property that the city just bought. The other part of the former Camp Graylick, I believe, was like 400 acres. And if we acquire that and make it a park, that'll enclose 2,000 acres, not that far over the hill from where we are right here. That'll be undevelopable parkland. And as the community kind of grows around that, it's going to be kind of like the Central Park of this side of the county. So I personally am very excited about it. That property, I grew up going there as a scout. I've had, I was a scout master, a cub master, so I'm very familiar with the property. But for those that aren't, there are three lakes. There are numerous buildings. There's a shooting range, there's an archery range, there's a climbing tower. I'm not saying all these things would continue on, but what's there right now, there's a large dining hall. There are cleared campsites, numerous campsites, I'm going to say more than a dozen or so. There are trails, so there's opportunity for mountain biking, hiking, fishing, all sorts of, it's just a beautiful, there's a pavilion, there's a parking lot, and there's actually lodges up front, small, I would call them bunkhouses around the parking lot, maybe 4 or 5 up there. There's a large fire pit. It's actually a wonderful resource. John Chase from the Parks and Rec Department, his board have been looking at how they would manage that. We're going to have a robust community involvement as we're going forward. One of the concerns with the neighbors there are people showing up in the parking lot with a kayak, taking it down to the lake and going around on Rainy Lake. That's quite a hike. It's up and down hills, and that's a 10 or minute walk or more dragging a kayak. So that's not likely. And there could be rules related to that. John Chase has gone ahead and he's even looked at kayak vendors, which are really kind of interesting. You can Google it. It's kind of great how it works. And the kayak is right there. You put your credit card in, locker opens up, you get the paddles, you get the life jackets, you put your stuff in there, go in kayak, you put it back, and boom, you're done. So it'd be much easier than hauling a kayak down there. But one of the concerns is that well, first, how do we pay for that? We had set aside $3 million of our ARPA funds for something like this. We hadn't earmarked it exactly. This works out really well, that'll be ARPA fund money. The ongoing maintenance for that property, the Regional Foundation has already a fund set aside for maintenance of that property. And we're estimating costs about $75,000, $100,000 a year to maintain that property without any fees or anything coming in. On paper, at least at this point, depending on what we do there. And Regional Foundation is going to work on shoring up that fund so that the ongoing maintenance costs will be funded in perpetuity to take care of that park. So it's not an ongoing legacy cost. That's part of the plan. But I'll see how this vote goes tomorrow. I personally am very excited about it. I think it's one of the things I said when I became commissioner, try to make decisions that 20 years down the road will affect and make the world better or make our world better. I think this is one of the big ones. So it's not that far away from us either. So I'm pretty excited about it. That's really all I have to report today. And if you guys have any questions or Ron, it's sorry to not see you today, but at least we get to hear your voice.
Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate the report.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Ron, can I remind you that Deb has a meeting? If anyone has any questions for her, can we ask now? Please.
Does anybody have any questions for Deb?
Thank you.
Good morning, Josh.
Yeah, so covered in March, we responded to 14 calls. We're kind of averaging 13 to 14 calls a month right now. In March, we assisted our biggest incident was we assisted Metro with a fire they had up in Holiday Hills. Myself and a couple other guys went up there. We're there for pretty much the whole night. We're trending a little higher call volume going into this year. For the month of April, I took over April 1st, so I'm still was getting my feet under me, trying to juggle the full-time job plus this. I personally made every single run we had that month in the month of April. So I was able to meet the demands of the township while working a full-time call. One task I took on in April was increasing our social media presence. I feel that we need to put a better message out there, trying to do a recruitment drive, and just making the township more aware of what it is we do. And it's not just fight fire. It's not just EMS calls. We're always training. We're always maintaining our equipment, and we're always available. Also for the month of April, something I don't think the township really realizes, but we have quite a few of our guys that actually teach. So firefighter Tilly teaches at the RTC here in town. He's training the next generation of firefighters. He spent a considerable amount of his nights and weekends teaching at the RTC. And then myself teaching in the Eastern UP and the Petoskey academies as well. That's wrapping up, so him and I will be getting a lot more free time. Brush 3, our new brush truck that former Chief Flynn put into service, is fully operational now. All the team got checked off on it, and we did a whole training on that truck. And then we promptly put it into service with 2 calls. So it got ran. I attended a fire alarm at Mill Creek. I met this principal there, kind of got the rundown of what potentially be going down there next year. So trying to get involved there a little more. Other than that, it's been, I won't say the word, but it's been relaxed, and we'll keep it that way for the month of May. So do you guys
Jinx yourself.
Yeah, no. Do you guys have anything for me?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah.
Can somehow you give us off the top of your head a breakdown of how many mutual aid calls you guys responded to
Just
this month?
This month, in the month of May?
No,
0.
April.
April. In the month of April, we did 0 mutual aid calls. They were all ours.
What about Holiday Hills?
Holiday Hills was in March. That
Oh,
was
March.
one.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there a way that we could kind of track? I kind of like to see how much we're giving back versus, in other words, how much are people coming here to help us versus how much are we going to help them?
Yeah, so the mutual, we responded into 1 mutual aid in March. March's reports Flynn's, so he wrote this one. I'm just going by, because I went on almost all these calls. I'm just going by what I know from
That's
personally being
okay.
there.
I don't want to put you on
And
the
then,
spot. I'm just
no,
saying,
it's
can we
fine.
break
And then
it
in
down?
April, I requested, when we had that wildfire in French Court, I requested Metro to come in and to help us just
Correct.
mutual aid. So it's kind of a one-on-one. I've met Metro Chief Haskin, or not Haskin, Mackin,
Mhm.
the other day when I attended the tribe 44th Federal Recognition Day. Him and I talked at length about just helping each other out. Him and I kind of see the same picture, where it's not, yeah, we're separate departments, but we're all here to help each other when we need it. So
Would it be a problem on your report
No,
to list
I
that?
can
I
say-
think it's really important to let the community
Yeah.
know that we're giving back just as much as they're coming here.
yeah, for
And
sure.
I think we need to start tracking that.
Yeah, no, I
if
can pull that out.
possible.
It's really easy to pull that out. So
And then here's a good PR for you. Somehow let our aging population, I am one of them, know that you will come out and look at smoke detectors, CO detectors. I mean, your CO detector goes off 2-3 times, it scares you. And I had mine go off, I ignored it, but then I couldn't understand why it kept going off. And this is quite a long time ago. And I finally said, screw it. I'm going out of the house and I'm calling the fire department. I had a lot of, you could have been dead in my house. They didn't even understand why the bird was still alive. So you can't play with carbon monoxide. So maybe maybe we can get out there
Yeah, so for the month of June, my social media campaign is going to be the smoke detectors and seal alarms. I've already got it. I've kind of got the whole year planned out for social
Awesome.
media presence, so.
The only other issue I have is you did twice on the brush truck. Any issues we should know about? Like it ran great, nothing fell off,
Nothing fell off and
we
nobody,
didn't miss anything.
nobody hit a tree, nobody,
Okay.
yeah, so no, it's ran all those calls and it was a champ, so. Flynn did a great job building that truck out for us.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Heidi, anything new to add outside of your written report for the planning commission?
Nope.
Okay. Park and Recs, we'll see the consent calendar. So we have, next item is new business 25, which was relocated. I'll make a motion not to adopt resolution 2411.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yeah, why?
Well, as I understand from the planning commission meeting, this is a completely private club. And if I understand the PC submittal for this project, it even cuts off public access to state land down Arnold Road. So the public can't access this facility. The public can't access hundreds of state acres behind this property. What are we thinking? That's my thought.
Well, you can access that public land behind them off from Bunker Hill Road, off from Moore Road.
That's not even my concern.
Well, I'm just saying, you say you can't get to it, you can, but
I
not through
have a
their
bigger
property.
one. I have a bigger one.
So a mile walk, in other words.
Mhm.
Okay.
Nobody's walking that, just like they wouldn't walk going down that trail that's been cut off either. I know what trail you're talking about because we snowmobile down it to get to the gas station. So I do know what you're talking about, what trail you're talking about,
I'm talking about Arnold Road.
right? And
So
the trail leads
it's,
from Arnold Road.
I have a bigger concern.
Is that-
okay, Heidi, what's your concern?
Well, we don't have too much commercial property left. And this is a private entity. We get our liquor licenses through population counts. One belongs to Mr. C's. We're really hoping that's another restaurant. At least the people that like to go out to eat. I have a problem giving the last liquor license to a private entity that the people cannot go to. Now, I understand the golf part, but if you're gonna take away the liquor license of a possible restaurant that everyone can go to, I have to ask the question, why keep the restaurant and the bar closed to the public? Because we don't have anywhere to eat as it is.
That's a good question for them.
It is, and I'm sorry, but I've thought about this since the golf course, it came here. And
Well, you're on the planning commission. Was that question not asked when they came in front of you?
they haven't even got to the building part. We were still working on the roads, the road into it. The last thing we did was have them put a stipulation, which I'm still looking for the paperwork, about repairing any damages to the road. We put stipulations in the public hearing, and I don't know where that piece of paper is. So I've asked the zoning administrator to find out where Bob's piece of paper is that he wrote up the night of the PC. So that's where I am with that. But we didn't address any of the liquor license at the PC or the buildings. We just know they're going to be there. So the only thing we've addressed is the in and out. There's not much we can address here that we have the responsibility or can even say what they're going to do. Because golf courses have rights. They're like farmers. But I have a real hard time giving the last liquor license away if the people can't use the facility. My thought is, why not leave the restaurant and the bar open to the public and maybe get some new golf members? If you go to Grand Traverse Resort and you live in Williamsburg, and you tell them you live in Williamsburg, you get a 10% discount if you shop in their shops. They'll even give you good rates on rooms because you're a resident. They don't differ that, oh, well, that Williamsburg is in Whitewater. No, you're in Williamsburg. Come on in, please shop, charge your car, whatever you need to do, because we don't have a lot of resources and entities to use. So I'm sorry, but I think they should broaden the horizon and go, hey, maybe this is a good business venture, and open it to the public so we have somewhere to eat or drink. I don't know. I'm really not on the fence with it, but it's the people's liquor license.
I'll go back to a question that Ardella asked, and didn't hear that answer directly. So maybe that's because it doesn't exist.
It didn't come up in the PC.
When the developer was there, so the question was not asked of the developer. I understand the golf course is private, and for reasons that.
We haven't gotten to that part of their plan
But
yet.
in terms of the building, in terms of the restaurant, I'm just drawing back on my recollection of watching that PC meeting. And I don't remember the question. I was surprised to see that on the agenda, because I think that was a question that should have been asked.
Like I said, we only got to in and out.
Availability to the public to use, to dining facilities.
Well, I would imagine they still have to come back to the PC. Would buildings be under special use, or they don't have to come back? I don't know. But we didn't get that far. The buildings, we haven't seen any plans for the buildings yet.
Just to be clear, Mr. C's has been closed for what, 2-3 years now? And
Shortly after COVID.
it does not look like it's going to be sold anytime soon. It's a large investment for somebody, for restaurants which are notorious for failure. What is it, the failure rate on restaurants these days? 70%? So it's high. So in this economy, people aren't really taking a big chance. You have a developer here that's going to take a big chance of putting a building, a restaurant and a bar in our community. And yeah, right now they're saying, hang on a second, Heidi. Right now they're saying it's private, but what they may find is they need the public.
That's why I'm sitting here going,
I would hate to tie their hands. Maybe, just maybe, they're looking at, can we even get a liquor license before we decide to make this big investment?
That's what I'm thinking, but maybe they gotta bend a little too.
Okay, but that means that when they come to the planning commission, these questions should be asked. Maybe this is premature, but I could see where maybe they'd want to know.
Exactly.
Are we going to be able to have a liquor license And if so, our facility will look like this. If not, our facility will look like this.
Exactly.
So I think maybe this is premature. I don't know. But I just hate to say no to people because we only have one.
Well,
Their
I
license left.
don't mind saying no, but you know, they've closed the door and made it private. Maybe they need to readdress their plan and say, wow. So the people are gonna drive down a dirt road. I would also make it UTV and ORV friendly because my husband's not gonna take a car down a dirt road that he has to go home and wash for 4 hours. So the issues are, I'm torn on it, but I think that they're a business, they're coming into the community. And maybe half and half private, but hey, come on over and have a drink with us, look at our facility, have dinner.
So you're saying that during your planning commission meeting, your site plan review, you never discussed?
No, we're not that far yet. The only thing they presented was the plan.
I think Ardella, you may have said it best in your choice of words. It just feels premature. Like I said, I'm surprised to see it here, but because as far as I'm not tracking that 100%. I mean, that's what the planning commission does, and I'm under the understanding, and Heidi, I think you're validating that the building plan, building this dining area has not been brought to the PC yet in terms of design or space or.
It's there,
I
but
know-
it
and
hasn't
then-
been
'cause I
discussed
think
because no plan.
The way I seem to remember it, and again, I hope my recollection's right, was that was the next step to bring that. And then the step after that would be the lodging facilities. I didn't see that as being a package coming forward all contained, but it was kind of a domino effect.
It's the next
course,
part
then
of the plan.
building and ancillary buildings and then lodging after that is what I thought or what I believe to understand. So like I said, I think it's and again, the question hasn't been asked, and if it hasn't been asked and it hasn't been declared, then I think that's an unknown piece of equipment, unknown portion of a question that, if it's not going to be open to, public dining, again, I understand the course is private and that's not what I'm focused on just the dining hall or dining aspect of this. And I think that's a question that I need to see answered.
Well, maybe we can have Ms. Danbrook elaborate on what their plans are and answer some of the questions that you all have. That's agreeable with the board. She is here.
I would just ask one thing, is that counter to the fact that we're asking these questions before the PC, which is where this matter is typically residing on some of these things?
Liquor license.
I agree, Don. We have no business interfering with the planning commission, and anything that we are told does not mean the planning commission is going to be told the same thing. There's nothing in writing. This is a verbal conversation, which I'm not inclined to entertain at this time.
Ron, I don't think you heard Cheryl. She was saying that the liquor license decision sits with the board, not with the planning commission. I don't think you heard that when you started talking.
I am fully aware of the board's duty, and I am fully mindful that no plan has been submitted to the PC. And I believe that's where this conversation is headed. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, please.
And I have another comment. I watched the PC public hearing. I believe it was a public hearing, or else they're when they had this in front of them, special use permit, I believe it was. And I believe that's been granted. And so I would ask Ms. Danbrook to clarify what the status is, because this board doesn't seem to know, including Heidi, who was at that meeting, I think, what the status is of their permitting process in front of the PC. And I think that makes a big difference. So I would ask for a comment on that.
I've asked for a roll call vote.
So the motion motion made is to not adopt resolution number 24-11, correct?
Ron,
Correct.
can we just hear what the attorney has to say, as long as it's not going to be an hour presentation?
I'd like to hear it.
I'd like to
keeping in mind
understand
that-
where they're going to go next, because
Well, Heidi, keeping in mind, in my opinion, that we're not superseding anything the plan commission does. I would just like to hear as the board member.
Heidi, this could easily be considered ex parte communication.
okay. Okay. I guess I have no questions.
Honestly, I think you're trying to play lawyer, Ron, and you're certainly not one. Miss Danbrook is here.
All I've done is ask for a roll call vote,
She-
Cheryl, and this will be the last time I call
You're
for it.
refusing.
I expect it to be called now.
You're refusing that she speak. What are you afraid of?
Are you going to call a roll call vote?
We have 3 board members that want to hear from her. Heidi, Bennett, and myself. That's a majority of the board. I'm sure she will keep her comments very brief.
She's shaking her head. She'll have brief comments.
All right.
Thank you.
I promise I'm not long-winded. I will be brief and to the point. Certainly, I hear all of your concerns and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address some of those. First of all, with respect to state land access, again, I believe that that is an issue. Certainly, we're dealing with 2 separate issues. We're dealing with a liquor license issue and we're dealing with a planning commission issue. Keep in mind, the liquor license goes on a track completely separate from the planning commission. However, those 2 absolutely do end up merging. And even what we're asking today is simply an approval to proceed with the application to the Liquor Control Commission. After that, Liquor Control Commission is the full process of investigation and application. And absolutely, before that the Liquor Control Commission is willing to even issue a license, they have to prove that they are in compliance with absolutely all state, local laws, ordinances, et cetera. So really today is simply the issue of, are you okay with us proceeding with the application process, knowing full well we will end up circling back around with the Planning Commission and need their approval for whatever is going to be happening. I'll back up on that note with the timing issue. And the reason why we're here now is because the Michigan Liquor Control Commission takes an extraordinary amount of time to go through this process. So in order for us just to even start the process, that's why we're here today, is just to start the process, because it can take quite a bit of time. And I'm sure you've heard before numerous times how long that process can take. So that's why we're here. And sometimes it does feel like you're, putting things ahead of another, but really it's just, this is what we need in order to even proceed with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. With respect to, I'll back up, the state land access, I am not aware of that being somehow cut off. Certainly, again, that would be a planning commission issue separate from the liquor license. And I'd be happy to follow up with them on that and provide additional information as needed on that. But again, a separate, I feel, issue on that. Big question with respect to private versus public access. Of course, another concern, which I understand. Keep in mind, there is an existing clubhouse on the property in Acme Township, and then this club, the newly constructed clubhouse, which will be in Whitewater Township. I can tell you right now, to date, there have been conversations that between those 2 locations, there obviously would be potentially public access, and a bar restaurant would be open to the public. But again, here we are with the first step in the process to even.
First time anyone has said that.
Can she be allowed to finish, please?
Yeah, and so yes, that is certainly, I hear the concern, and certainly something that has been discussed, and it was actually initially discussed in some of my first conversations with the owners of the property, looking at what are the business opportunities there. You're right, because certainly we have a private club, but are there greater opportunities, as any business person would look at, to be open to the public? So we do have the ability with 2 proposed clubhouses that there would be dining or restaurant options potentially open to the public. There have also been conversations even though the course itself is private, there have been conversations about hosting nonprofit public events, special events on the property too. So none of those things have been cut off or completely off the table with respect to that issue. I've been doing liquor licensing now in this area for over 10 years. I know Mr. C's well. I've talked to prospective owners who have wanted to purchase that. And I know, I understand being quota limited and feeling like you're giving away a liquor license. Keep in mind, Mr. C's has already been issued, and so that owner owns that. They have the ability to transfer that license anywhere within the county too. So there's no guarantee that that license won't potentially move somewhere else outside of the township too. So with that, I said I would be brief, so I will stop there. And certainly if there are additional questions or concerns, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we learned in that commentary, once we approve their application to the Liquor Control Commission, that's the last input Whitewater Township has. So I am building on Don's comment that this is premature. Get your plans in, let us know what you're planning to do, and I'm happy to review this again. So any other final board comments?
I have nothing else to add.
Roll call when ready.
The motion is to not adopt resolution 2411.
Correct.
I hate those negative motions to not adopt. So if I say yes, I'm saying not to adopt. So no.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, no. Falmouth,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Motion passes.
thank you for coming.
Motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Falmouth,
Yes.
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Cheryl, you didn't ask me, but at the start of the meeting, there were 6 people on Zoom.
Unfinished business number 1, motion updating the February 13th, 2024 park rate for peak season per night camping from $46 to $49.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yep. All I got to say is, wow. Way to cover your asses. We had a board voted park rate. We all accepted it. We voted yes. I looked at it. Everybody voted yes on it. A mistake was made, which, you know, myself, Cheryl, other people get raked over the coals for making a mistake. I don't care who made it. The thing is that you overcharged campers. And instead of giving refunds, which could be handled several different ways, we're just going to change the rules after the fact. Imagine you're in a grocery store or any store and the price on the shelf says $49. And you go up and they charge you $59. And you call them on it. Guess what? They're going to change it to the $49. They don't just increase the price. This is wrong. It's immoral. It's not right. It's very dishonest. You vote for this. This is dishonest.
How about a solution here
Yeah,
instead
my
of,
solution is either you refund the money back to the people, or when they check in, hand them an envelope with the cash in it for their refund. That's the honest thing to do.
Are
We're all
we
about
in dis-
honesty here.
Right, aren't we in discussion here of possible fixes, or are we just gonna blow that off too?
Well, no, the fix that Ron is proposing is that we increase our rates and vote on it here today, after it was already voted on during budget time.
Okay, well, that's one thought. Don, you have any solutions to this? I mean, do we give a coupon for $3 off your ice or fire, or just hand you $3? Help me out here.
$3 per night, Heidi.
I understand that, Cheryl, but if you make a mistake, you don't make another one, not even attempting to fix the one you just made. That's why we're in this debacle over and over again. So, Don, you've been taking care of the park. Enlighten me on a couple fixes. I can't have somebody paying somebody $20 an hour to go in there and refund $3. So do we have some form of solution here? Anybody?
There's no cost-effective solution if that's what you're talking about.
Don, Ida is right. Give them a coupon for the difference, or have an envelope ready for them with some cash in it. We accidentally overcharged you. We're trying to be honest here. Here's your
We had a
$9.
computer glitch, you know, you're already not, first of all, you're not, do we pay credit card fees and not, are we paying any credit card fees?
Yeah.
Of course we have.
Okay, are we passing them on to the camper?
No,
Okay,
never have.
I get that. But if you go anywhere in life nowadays, you're paying $2 for takeout containers and you don't even know it unless you read the bottom of your receipt. I don't want to do that. I want a simple fix here that says, yep, we had a computer issue and here's how we're fixing it. Gotta fix it. Can't just say, well, we're changing the rate to 49. Why? Because we made a mistake.
Don't sit well.
I'm gonna quote again. I said this at the Plan Commission and I'll say it again. You make a mistake once, you fix it. Because when you make it a second time and you just keep not fixing it, you're just adding to the problem. It's not a mistake anymore. This is how we do business. So I need something here to how we fixing it. So are we giving a credit in the store? Are we giving a credit to ice, a credit to firewood? What if I don't want that? Well, then here's your $6. Free showers, free tokens to the showers. I don't know how to fix this unless you're gonna have to put somebody on it. Well, that's $20 an hour. And what do? Just sit there? Oh, I need my refund. That's what they're gonna do all day. That's not cost effective. We have to stop the risk that we created. So how are we gonna put the fire out, in your opinion? I don't think raising the rate, although I would have been okay with $49 because you have the gateway to torch, but I got outvoted, so. I want to fix here.
Group, I apologize. I lost connection for a moment. But I did want to address Ardella's concern that.
I have the same one.
Okay, any advertised price has been $49 per night. So it's not like we said we're going to charge 46 and we wound up charging them 49. That is not the case here. So the programming has been $49 all along. And it appears like it was due to a verbal conversation between Andrew and one of the techs that was helping him set up the different rates and the different dates in which they would take effect. There's been nothing in writing that I can find. So there is no false advertisement. But if it's the board's wish to want to credit the $3 per night, then I think the only thing we can do, because there are some people who have a significant number of nights.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if,
You know,
if
Ron-
that's the board's wish, then that's what we'll do.
Ron,
That's the right
just
thing
because
to
the
do.
board, or just because the customer doesn't know they're being overcharged, doesn't mean that they're not being overcharged. We as a board chose a rate, we all voted on it, it passed. Just because they don't know it's been published wrong, doesn't mean that it's right, because it's not.
Sure, yep.
There was no authority from the board to charge $49 a night. So it should have been fixed as soon as it was discovered.
And
But
then,
Heidi is right. A solution should be decided and move forward with it.
and then maybe readdress this in 3 to 4 months and see, hey, we're losing a lot of money by paying the credit card fees. I mean, if you start adding up the credit card fees, it's unreal how much money you're leaving on the table that you're paying. So you're not really upping.
The credit card
Heidi,
fees
that's
are
a different
the-
subject though.
I get it, but why not
negligible.
address it down the road since we apparently
Credit
didn't
card
address
fees
it?
are negligible.
Cheryl, run a business and be responsible for paying those credit
I saw all
card
the credit
fees.
card fees.
Then you know how high
There's
they are.
Heidi, so I know exactly.
Okay, then
What they are, and I
you're
post
leaving
them
money on the table.
all the time. Well,
Not good
you
business
just-
sense.
you just stole $3 a night from every peak rate.
We didn't steal
reservation you
because
made.
we have.
Yes, you
we-
did.
Really? We haven't voted?
The
Did we
board
vote
sets
not
the
to do
rates.
it?
The
Don't
board-
make comments that we
the board
stole.
Sets
We-
the rates and the rates.
There's
were
been a
not followed.
mistake. If there's been a mistake made, all I think is we need to correct it.
And let's not say
And
for
we
the
did not
reputation
steal
of the
anything.
park.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion.
I didn't second it. You did.
I did. I withdraw my second.
And then I will make a different motion that says we refund the $3 per night via credit card refund.
I'll second.
I have a question, Don, how much additional?
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Sorry, Heidi.
That's okay. Okay, let's examine the risk that we just created now. Employee wise, how long is that gonna take? If you do it at time of check-in.
We're not going to do it at time of check-in. There'll be more than, I believe, 840 credits issued. So I would say you could potentially do 3 credits an hour. So let's just say 30 hours. Don, you can probably speak to this because previous software packages required us to make some adjustments. And you logged, I was going to say the number at 160 hours to do the research and issue the credits.
Yeah, no, that going back, that was 80 hours for myself and 40 for a volunteer.
Oh, okay.
So we were over 120. I think you're probably right that this thing is probably in the 30 to 40 hour range to square away, because it's just going to be very meticulous to navigate through and make sure you're catching that you're methodically processing, so you're getting everybody and not doubling up on anybody. So there's got to be a process to be determined to weed through 850 to 1,000 reservations. So, and I don't know what that process looks like off the top of my head. So, but there's probably good 30 to 40 man hours in it, or people hours.
Or why could we not just give them that envelope with cash in it? Do
Same for-
one transaction for the total amount of overages and then divide them up by reservation with their names on it. And when they check in, Don, we hand them the envelope and they've been refunded. And make the change on the reservation system so it stops happening.
I hear you, and my immediate response to that is, I don't think that's a good onus to put on the Rangers, and that way, if we do it by credit card, nobody can claim that they didn't get their money.
Right.
So
Yeah,
the
you're
cash,
leaving a lot of cash in a
there's
room.
some simplistic value to that, Ardella, I would say, but there are more cons that
Too many
outweigh
risks.
It should be very easy, as it was with the prior reservation system, to go into each transaction and issue a refund. That was an extremely simple process. Once it was determined exactly how much they should be getting back.
I'm not discounting that the process isn't relatively simple. It's the navigation and getting out,
Sure.
and getting this to the screen. That's the
Yeah.
time consuming part.
Yeah.
It's teachable. It's just the meticulous movement through there.
Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Ross, yes, Muth,
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes.
Let's decide, what are you doing about cash to open this weekend?
I was going to talk to you about that after the meeting.
It's gotta be made out to somebody so they can go cash the check. Petty cashier.
We're not doing cash, correct?
No, we're not.
Different-
Cheryl was on a different, she was asking a different question of me personally.
And that's petty cash for the park.
Yeah.
And I think pending Mike Dwyer's approval as interim, that might be a valid question to deal with under that business item.
It is, and my answer to her was that we would discuss it when the meeting's over, so.
Okay,
with the outcome.
gotcha. Yep. All right. New business number 1. Motion to have the clerk create a budget line item 101-405-925 cellular phone in the planning and zoning department of the budget.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Betty,
Yes.
Muth,
Yes,
Bob,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Ross, yes.
Motion passes. Let me know when you're done typing, Cheryl.
I'm done.
Okay. Motion 2, motion to transfer $660 to line item 10140. I think that should be 405, not 406 as written. 0.925 from contingency line item 101-890-890. we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Just to be clear, the $660 is meant to fund the cellular phone charges for a year. And that's why I think the 406 number should have been a 405. Is that board consensus?
There's no such department as 406.
Okay. Any other board discussion on motion 2? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Tommy,
Yes.
Gus, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Again, let me know when you're ready, Cheryl.
I'm done.
Motion number 3, motion to expand the government Horizon account by one device and associated number or line. All future fees for this device will be assigned to budget line item 101-405-925.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Tommy,
Yes.
Gus, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Motion 4. Motion to transfer $3,500 to line item 101-405-727 from contingency line item 101-890-890.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Gus, yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes.
This is assuming there's that much money in that line item.
Did you get called in that role?
No.
I think you missed her.
Tommy,
Yes.
once again, this is assuming there's that much money in that line item. So I think we already took some out of there. Or I think that's coming. Well, I don't know.
I don't know about
Down hand.
other business items, but I thought there was at least $10,000 in contingency.
I don't have the budget in front of me.
Someone's gonna check it?
Well, we may have to do a budget amendment.
Okay, let's move on.
Yep. Motion number 5, motion to purchase from NetLink Business Solutions, one laptop outfitted with Microsoft Office 365, access to Microsoft Cloud, and Adobe Pro 2020 or better, not to exceed $3,500.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? There seems to be some debate of whether or not Adobe Pro 2020 is supported any longer. We've all received a notice on Adobe Pro 2017 that it's no longer supported. And, you know, the price has not been totally committed to yet by NetLink Business Solutions, pending their research on that particular topic. So, and then as we all learned earlier in the week or late last week, most of our Microsoft products are outdated and can no longer comply with the .gov requirements. So this device actually looks at the Office 365. So any questions on what I just shared? Any final board comments? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Monmouth,
Yes,
Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes. New business number 2. Motion to activate a new cell phone for the Parks Department on the township's existing government Verizon account at $55 per month with data, and to purchase necessary charging devices and protective cases not to exceed $150.
I'll second the motion for discussion purposes. I have a few questions.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Heidi?
Yes, these cell phones we're purchasing, you're getting them back if the people leave,
Mhm.
correct? Okay. Andrew turned his in.
Mhm.
Okay. That's all I had. I just want to make sure we're inventorying and getting them back. That's all.
Yeah, and the need for this second device was highlighted during the, I'll say, payout process. So the original park manager phone is tied to the credit card processing via third-party verification. So this, the original park phone will reside with the park manager so they can do those financial items. And then this intended new device will actually become the ones that the Rangers use.
So you're using one as a hotspot and one as a phone?
No.
No?
Two,
That's the next motion
the
down.
Parks and Rec manager will have one, and then the ranger station will have one assigned to it.
All right, and so at the end of this, you guys will have 3 phones?
Two.
Just 2?
The
Both doing the same?
hotspot is just a device, correct?
Right, I get that.
Yeah, and that's a good question, Heidi. And if with the board's leniency, I would cover that question now. So we also learned that there is a possibility that the phone, the Ranger phone, is actually out in the park. And without it being close enough to link up to its data port, a ranger in the ranger station might not be able to process reservation questions that
Right.
come in via email, so on and so forth. So, you know, we could go with 3 phones and no hotspot, which I think would be a valuable choice, right? Don, what's your thought on that?
Hadn't considered that up until this moment.
I don't want to stop progress, so whatever you need to keep the progress moving. I'm not a tech person, all yours.
You get good hotspot reception out there at the park?
Well, we get good reception on the phone. I don't know about the hotspot, but thinking it has similar reception ability, we should be just fine.
Yeah, I lean towards a hotspot because I've had those in the past, and the speed is noticeably different off a dedicated hotspot than a phone's hotspot.
Okay. So if there's no more questions on motion 1, roll call when ready.
Smith,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yeah.
Pop,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion 2 is to activate a new cell phone hotspot for the Parks Department on the township's existing government account, Verizon account, at $55 per month, and to purchase the necessary charging devices and protective cases not to exceed $150.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I just have one question. I think I already know the answer, but I just want clarification. The hotspot is going to be less expensive than using someone like 186 direct line of sight?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're not paying extra tax. You're paying taxes, but you're not tripling the taxes.
Do we know what it would cost to do 186 direct line of sight, Ron?
So
By chance?
the previous year's charges for the summer was like 600 or maybe even a little more than that. But the main issue here is that we don't have the ability to, the ranger station was located in a certain spot. And so with the ranger station no longer in that spot and maybe moved once again, this is a better option for us.
Okay, thank you.
Gives us more flexibility. Would we like fiber when we can get it? Probably.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Any other questions on motion number 2? Roll call when ready.
Goss, yes. Smith,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Yes.
New business number 3. I'm going to make a motion for discussion purposes. That's motion 1, which appears on electronic packet page 174. And that motion is motion to create a youth park ranger job description.
I'll second it for discussion purposes as you requested.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Don, I would default this entire business item to what you see happening on the employment front. Maybe this isn't something that we need right now. Maybe this is something to work on over the winter and potentially prepare for next year. What are your thoughts, sir?
In looking at this and reviewing it, there's some complexity in this. And with the park just getting ready to open and getting through the season, I think it takes a much higher priority. I think there's merit to this business item, but I think the timing's just bad right now to spend time and resources on this when the park just needs to run. And
Is this something we could do as a winter project maybe? and
well,
put
I
some
think
people to work?
it's something that I would suggest that, we bring it back probably in September, and get it prepped and get the work done for the budget review in early 2025, and get it all buttoned up for people to look at and make a decision
And
on.
maybe address the issue when school starts.
Because I think there's obviously clear delineation between what someone under 16 can do and under 18 or under 18 and over 18 can do. So I think that there's value in going through this, but I think it's going to take some time to get it right.
Especially.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Don, I didn't mean to cut you off. This was on an earlier agenda. So it's just, I really think we might be appearing too late at this point.
Remove my motion and let's put it further
It's
into
not
the
your
phone.
motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I seconded
So
it. Never
I
mind.
think it's got value. I just
ahead of
think
yourself
it's
there.
just, the timing is wrong right now. And by the time we get this done, it's not going to get implemented in the season.
Right.
I think that if we start on it in earnest, in September, possibly August, even, if, things should be,
Calm it
I think it could be started in August, September at the latest.
Okay, so I will withdraw my motion. Heidi, did you second for discussion?
I'll withdraw.
So I would like to make another motion, please. And that is a motion to remove new business number 3, park ranger job descriptions from this agenda.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Gus, yes, Ahmed,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
So is it then just a consensus, Ron, that we'll bring it back in August or September?
Yeah, I think that, I don't know. Do we actually have any underage folks applying this year, Don?
If everything flows exactly as it's flowing, we have we have three at this point in time. One turns 18 on the end of May. We have another one that turns 18 next week, Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday. And then we have a third one that will be under 18 and birthday's not until November. So we'll have one person at this juncture, as we said today.
So yeah, we'll bring this back on maybe a smaller agenda, Ardella,
Okay, thank you.
if we have a smaller agenda,
Don't be jinxing us there.
right? All right. New business number 4. This was submitted by Don Glenn. So Don, could you take the point on this for me?
Sure. Getting to
175.
motion to approve Mike Dwyer as the.
hold on. You asked earlier to add the approval of the park ranger wages at the end of this new business number 3. So we haven't done that yet. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah, but I clarified that and said I misspoke before we voted or before we approved. I stated I misspoke. It should have been on new business number 5 with the other one.
3
not
should be
3.
5.
Yeah, I have a notation that Don's added material belongs to 5B.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cheryl.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah. There was a lot of conversations going on.
A lot of changes to our agenda this time.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, but I did clarify I
Sure.
misspoke.
Go ahead.
Okay. Motion to approve Mike Dwyer as the interim Parks and Recreation Manager with an effective date of April 16th, 2024, at the annual salary rate of $47,700 per the adopted salary wage schedule for 2024, 2025.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, first of all, there isn't a Parks and Recreation manager. You made that job description as Parks manager. So I don't know why I keep seeing Parks and Recreation manager. That job description doesn't exist. Parks manager. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, wasn't it? You've been calling Andrew Parks manager all along. I guess I don't have that right in front of me.
I'm going to look.
Also, I question a retroactive effective date. He's already been paid. And also I question his qualifications. We don't even know this person. I don't know what his education is. I don't know what his job background is. I don't know if he's ever had any job experience supervising employees, what skill set he has. We know absolutely nothing about him. He was simply approved. Excuse me, Heidi. When someone's done speaking, then you can talk, okay? You have a horrible habit of interrupting. Anyways, where was I? We don't have any information about him at all. And he's not here to answer any questions.
Okay. Don, can you enlighten me about your employee here,
Just
please?
look here. So
Oh,
I have it showed on 110, the 2023, the job description was Whitewater Township Parks and Recreation Manager.
okay,
That's what I see.
I concur, Don.
okay.
I will lean heavily on Mike's experience out there this past year in terms of the role he played. He was although wasn't recognized as it, but pretty much ran as the assistant Parks and Rec manager. He was the fill-in and doing administrative items, the instructions to rangers, quarterbacking repairs, doing the things that you would learn to become a Parks and Recreation manager. He has shown that since the middle of April as getting the park prepped for opening, sitting down with him, laying out the things that had to be done, and his enthusiasm to move those forward and get those things done.
How can we help you?
So he's got hands-on experience, and that trumps an awful lot of things in my mind. His relationship with the employees out there is superb. They respect him. They come to him with ideas. He comes to them with ideas. They network as really well as a team, and he knows what has to be done in that leadership role.
Can we help you?
Sorry if I'm interrupting.
You're not.
Curious to speak with somebody in the township about some specifics about property zoning and like our corner stakes and things like what the.
You can see if the zoning administrator is in the last office on the left.
If she's not there, you can leave a message.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, he enthusiastically volunteered in mid-April to take those responsibilities on.
You know, Don, I know we're under the pressure right now down at the park. I have full appreciation for everything you're going through, everything that the staff is going through. When you get a resignation that close to your opening season, it's rough and there's a lot going on. I appreciate you stepping in like you have. I just don't know who he is. I've never met him. And normally when we have somebody that we're going to appoint like this, they come before us. You know, I understand he's probably busy today, but it would have been nice if he could have came in and introduced himself so we know who he is. You're working with him, so you know who he is. Ron's working with him. He knows who he is.
I
We
worked with
don't.
him. I know who he is only because I worked at the park as volunteer. here's a solution.
But you do understand what I'm saying?
I get it completely, but here's a thought. First of all, who would want to come to one of these meetings that are 500 hours long? So here's a thought. He's taking the position of interim Parks and Recs manager. Want to keep talking? Because maybe you'll lose your voice completely. It would be a blessing. Anyways,
Come on.
I'm just saying, I don't like being in a room with sick people, so I'm a little irritated
I'm not
that I didn't
sick.
know that. Okay, she's not sick, okay. I'll go with that. This is an interim position. Let's do one, just like Mr. Fire Chief. He has a report due next meeting. He also has a meeting to attend at the Parks and Recs. He also has a lot of catch up to do. Why don't we go ahead and put him as interim? And if you don't like his performance in the next 90 days, ask him to go elsewhere, or you put it in the paper. But I would get him rolling because he's already been doing the job, but he's got reports and he's got things to do to come before us. So see how he does in that 90 days. And
Well, I guess I'd like to know what it is he's actually doing for the park in that role, because I know, Don, you've taken on a lot, ordering wise, reservation system, I'm thinking.
I would like to make a comment in the first round of comments, if I could, Ardella.
Sure, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I just want to remind everybody that Josh Morgan was not present when we appointed him interim fire chief. We also knew that Josh Morgan did not have the qualifications at the time we appointed him. But the state does allow for educational time. And we really followed the recommendation of fire chief. And, you know, I'm following the recommendation of Don Glenn. While I do have personal knowledge with Mike, I'm supportive of him. And Ardella, your second question now. Thank you for allowing me time.
Oh, I guess Ron, Don, I can't help but feel like with Andrew, he was not doing the actual job of the park manager. You were still doing a lot, Don. Ron, you were still doing a lot. I guess I just want to know.
is that decreased?
Yeah,
has
what
their effort-
exactly is
that's
his
what I'd like to
roles
know
and
too.
responsibilities? Is he going to be taking over some of this burden you're carrying?
Let me address the Andrew. I don't know what your perception is, but Andrew separated from me well into, I mean, by 4th of July. I mean, we got through May and June, and then he was pretty much on his own running that. He did call on me from time to time for, you know, maybe a scenario that he hadn't experienced or couldn't quite get through, but that was not very often. He was moving his way through that. I've being out at the park, I've seen Mike do those types of responsibilities. The park needs a leader at this point in time on a day-to-day basis, and that's not me. And I'm saying that I think we do the same thing that we looked at with Josh and do the same thing we look at with Mike. It's an interim label. At some point, you know, we will have to make a decision on whether he is the permanent. And I think that process takes on a life of its own. But as we sit today, we have a person that I would vouch for as being qualified to run this park and lead this park with the year of experience under his belt and things that I've done with him, training him. I fully expect that this is not a situation that I wouldn't expect Mike just to kick me to the curb in 60 days. I think, you know, there's some things that he can call upon me to continue to augment and help him learn. But we can't be rudderless out there right now.
Do you see him staying?
He wants to stay. I mean,
longer, like making a job of this, like Josh
Yeah, that's his plan. He likes this out here. And so, given the timing of the situation, as you noted earlier, I think that putting an intern label on this and putting him in that role so the
Let's see if he can do it.
employees react to him as the leader, I think is the right thing to do to keep the park running.
So at this particular point, looking at it from a treasurer's viewpoint, is he the person I go to about our daily reports that I have not seen yet?
As soon as, well,
No,
he hasn't been working on that because that's
right.
Will
So-
he be getting training on that?
yes.
May I answer this, please?
Go ahead.
So Ardella, your questions are very valid. And I think because of our late acknowledgement of Andrew's departure or awareness of it, we have kind of split certain things up between Don, myself, and Michael, just like we did for Andrew. We had to divide and conquer to have a successful opening. I left Andrew well before Don did, and only picked up with Andrew beginning maybe in October or early November. It was October when we were getting ready for the Halloween extravaganza. And so from October to December, I was learning some things I really didn't want to learn about Andrew. So I was keeping a very close eye on him at the beginning of the year. Turns out I was lied to about many things. And so what we find ourselves with this year is not only our normal opening protocols, but all of those things Andrew said was done maybe wasn't quite accurate. And so again, we've divided and conquered. Will Mike have total autonomy by July 4th? I don't know, because I'm still struggling with Stripe and the reporting process. We are making progress towards the daily report, but we're not there yet. So when we get that report figured out and you approve it, that's when I think Mike will take the reins of the financial side of Rover Pass.
I would request from you, because it is the financial portion of it that, and the reporting portion of it that I'm most concerned with, that I'm responsible for ultimately, that you keep me up to date as much as possible. I would appreciate that on your progress with Stripe.
Yep, we're working with Esteban, and what we've reported to Esteban is an idea of the CSV form we want to see from the reservation data. So that's where we're at in this process. I can't believe they don't have one of these reports already, but apparently out of all the campgrounds they don't. So we're generating that as we speak.
Okay. And you probably don't have a time estimate.
So Esteban is normally taking about 2 days to respond. And I collaborated with Don, sent him basically a column request for a CSV file, or CVS file, I'm sorry. And we need to get that back to Esteban. And I would hope we'll have resolution by the end of May.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, much longer than what I anticipated. But again, you know, I was told that this was handled in March already. So clearly it was not.
again, fixing some more mistakes, but congratulations, we're making progress and we have a solution on the table.
And I have another comment about this particular employee. Is the person who issues payroll. I have to say, I've had some concerns about the hours that have been turned in. Lots and lots of hours working on signs. Last I knew, still weren't up. And just seems like a lot of hours that wouldn't have taken somebody else that long to complete. So I think this sounds kind of like a desperation move to get somebody in there. And I have concerns about, like I say, what's already been done, whether we've gotten the value that we've paid for.
We do have a lot of time. I mean, 80+ hours on signs, 80+ hours, always signs. Did we ever get the signs completed and put
I
up?
like to know
I also
about
put
that
the one
too.
about Township on 9500 Park Road. I know the other ones are ready to go, but we've been short of labor. We've been, so.
We paid Mike all winter long to work on these, and then Andrew took it over, saying Mike said that he's went as far as he could go. Right here when he came to the podium, he said that I don't know where that failure happened. Andrew's leadership, Mike milking it. That's kind of the way it looks when you look at timesheet after timesheet after timesheet all
That's
winter
right.
long.
I got that. We
That
need-
I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? If it's gonna take that much time to refurbish these old signs, maybe at some point somebody should have said,
Throw them in the garbage.
and let's just buy new. That doesn't take so much upkeep and maintenance on it. Water under the bridge, Don, I understand that. But Cheryl's right about that comment. It is a concern.
Only concern I got on the signs is I'd like to see how many he did. Detailed, I mean, I
Sure.
thought when you filled out a time card and you're on your honor, you're supposed to have a detailed line by line item at 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Did this. See, I'm used to a time clock and you're being held accountable. So if you're turning in timesheets, maybe it's time to reevaluate the timesheet and see what that person did all day.
But I don't think that would make a difference here because time clock is just in and
I
out.
get that, but if
On his
he,
time sheet,
right.
he actually puts for those 8 hours what he was working on.
Right, just
And
signs
it's
doesn't help me.
constantly repeated.
Well, see, that creates to me like, whoa, what are you doing here, buddy? You know, at least.
That was my thought.
It clearly was a ploy to keep him from collecting unemployment, which he.
That's your
is
opinion,
entitled
Cheryl. Be
to.
careful. You're making assumptions.
Well, I would like to say that, I'm not sure what the thought process was with Andrew. I do know that when Andrew left, he dumped all of the signs that he was supposed to do onto Mike. So Andrew apparently had committed to do, I don't know what percentage of signs, but never did it. And so I don't know when that exactly took place, but I do know that it happened. And I think this is another indication that Andrew may not have been fully honest with the board, right? So I think we've learned a little bit. I know I have. And I think maybe we need to trust but verify a little more. And, holding Mike accountable for what Andrew approved, I'm not really comfortable with that, although I do understand your point of view.
I'd like an update on the
Clearly-
signs.
Clearly, Mike Dwyer logged enough hours over these several months to have more than completed the signs without Andrew's assistance.
Does that include signposts? I don't know. Does that include digging the new posts? I don't know.
Now, Andrew was approving hours that weren't worked. That's a problem.
Yep.
And
So,
it speaks to lack of credibility and integrity on both of their parts.
So,
To give
just so
them-
you know, Don, I'm gonna support you on this. I'm gonna vote yes. And the reason I'm voting yes is because I know you're in a tough spot. The township is in a tough spot right now without a manager out there. And like you said, you're not going to be holding hands for very long.
How about a
I just want
stipulation?
to, I just would like some accountability from him. He needs to show up at the meetings,
Yeah,
give us a report, you know, just like all the
Yeah.
other heads of departments do. I'd like an opportunity to meet him. Maybe
Yeah.
he could come in and introduce himself to the rest of the
I
board
didn't know
members.
what he looked like till about 3 weeks ago.
Do you want to put a stipulation on this interim to see
No,
checks and
no,
balances?
you know,
Just let
I,
him go.
yeah,
Okay.
I don't need to,
Okay.
because I think I voiced my opinion and I don't think we're going to be ignored.
And why are we being asked to pay him back to 416? He's been logging more than 80 hours.
He's been being paid at
The
a different
last
rate
couple
since
pay
then.
periods.
Maybe
He-
we could
he
make it
hasn't been
going
doing
forward.
the park manager's job since April 16th.
yes, he has.
Last pay
He hasn't had the
cycle,
title, but he's been doing the work.
You've been doing the work. Ron's been doing the work. He hasn't been doing the work.
I would challenge that. He is fully engaged in making calls and getting things. I have done some of the finalization of the administrative part of it to try to teach him how to get POs and stuff.
You're
but he is
mentoring, you're
engaging-
more
He's
mentoring than
engaging
doing the
with the
work.
vendors and securing the quotes in most cases.
Would you say that you're more mentoring than doing the work?
He doesn't work for me directly. He works for this board.
That's
I am
right.
doing my
Is
best to
that-
mentor him.
Is
Okay.
that effective back to 416 minus what he got paid? Or are you paying him
Yes,
on top of it?
no, it would be
Oh.
the differential. No,
And as Cheryl stated, for the first few weeks, that could be a pay reduction. It certainly
It
could. be.
could, it could.
It could be.
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe he owes us money.
Don, was this going to be on the April board packet?
It was not, because at that point in time, the April board packet, Andrew was still there. So, because the meeting was supposed to be April 9th, and this took place after it. So there was no foresight.
Yeah, you didn't have time either.
Are we ready to vote?
Can you put something in, can we change the motion a little to put in there that you're subtracting what you already paid him?
So an adjustment is what you're saying.
Because it doesn't say, it says that the adopt salary wage schedule, it says you're gonna give them an effective date of April 16th. So is somebody gonna go through and say, well, we already paid you this much and then subtract this much, or depending on the financials? Do you want to put something there? Because right now you're gonna pay him from April 16th a dollar amount, and it doesn't say anything about going what you've already paid him.
Heidi, would this language work for you? Motion to approve Mike Dwyer as the interim Parks and Recreation Manager with an effective date of April 16th, 2024 at the annual salary rate of $47,700 for the adopted salary wage schedule for 2024, 2025, adjusted for wages already paid from April 16th to May. Would it be better to end the date on a
Well,
pay period, Cheryl? or does that really not matter?
Well, the last pay period just ended on the 12th.
Okay, so if we made it the 12th, would that be good enough for you, Heidi?
Yes.
Don, what is your thought?
I'm fine with that.
Cheryl, what's your thought on the topic? Does that work for you?
Adjusted, well, when you say adjusted, it means adjusted downward. for wages.
Okay, I can see that word being added, sure.
So we could,
And we've
what if
already
we
done
put-
payroll for this week, so this isn't happening for at least a couple of weeks.
so what if we do this, drop off that last part that you put in there, Ron, and, or suggested, and have the motion, the date of April 16th, since the pay period just ended, put the effective date as May 12th. Or that'd be 13th, Cheryl.
It's a lot cleaner.
May 12th was the end of the pay period.
So May 13th. So that,
Oh, okay.
right,
I like that idea, Don.
I think that just takes some of the noise out of it. We're at a break point, make it there and move on.
So change the effective date to 5/13.
Yes. And strike Ron's suggestion at the end.
Who seconded the motion?
Heidi did. I made the
Heidi,
motion.
are you good with this change?
I am, thank you. I'll second it.
Roll call when ready.
Bob,
Yes,
Goss, no, Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn.
Yes.
so I received a page. It looks like I have a procedure at noon, and they're probably gonna come get me at 11:30. Or at least call for me at 11:30. Can we elect a new moderator for the meeting?
I make a motion to elect Don to take over the meeting because he did such a well
Hold
job
on,
last
Heidi,
time.
I was not ready. What's your motion?
I'll make a motion to have Don Glenn moderate the rest of the meeting until the return of the supervisor.
I'll second. As long as Don is willing.
You're running for supervisor right here.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that here. Hi.
She's just talking about her voter registration.
What? All right.
Yay.
A new voter.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, we'll take that in here.
You want to stay here? Okay. She got a card. Go ahead, Liz. She got a card. I wasn't sure if that meant she.
But I don't have time to check it right now.
That's
So,
okay. We can just.
okay,
leave
you
it
have
for
the card.
She got the card and then my husband also picked this up, so I wasn't sure. That meant she was registered. We just didn't know.
Well, we got it. You must have went to the Secretary of State's office.
She
Did you
got
get a
it.
state
Yeah.
ID?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's how it happened.
You're all good.
So we don't really need this, but we'll keep it. Okay,
Okay.
you keep this.
Okay, so she brings that when she votes? Or no?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
That
you
and
don't
a
have to.
driver's
You'll be in the
license.
system.
Oh, you're being
Yeah.
system.
When have you turned 18?
Did you turn 18 yet? No, I'm not.
I'm 17, but I'm not 18.
August.
Of August. Okay,
But
so
not
you
for
can
the
vote in
August 6th.
November.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
I already had a microphone.
I'm sorry?
They're having a meeting.
Yeah, we are having a meeting. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for coming in.
You're funny.
Okay, I have motion by you have to have Glenn moderate the rest of the meeting until the return of the supervisor. Second by Glenn.
London second.
So motion made and seconded.
Who seconded it then?
I did.
Oh, Bennett.
Hardella.
All right.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Don, are you logged into Zoom?
I am not.
Do you have the capability of doing that?
I do not.
I can run Zoom.
He doesn't need to be logged into Zoom.
No, he doesn't. Because when are they gonna talk? Public comments. Are you coming back sometime this afternoon or no?
I don't know. I didn't know about this appointment, so I
Okay.
just got told of it. Maybe there was a cancellation. I don't know.
All right, well, I can run Zoom till you come back. It's okay.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion on the motion at hand? Roll call when ready.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes,
Bennett,
Yes.
gracias, Vamos.
Yes.
So well done. Okay, let's go.
All right.
Now we're
7:20.
adding
So new business number
Right?
5.
5. Yes, thank you.
This is where we add your other employees, correct?
Okay. New business number 5, park employee pay rates. 2024 park employees. Motion to approve the 4 park rangers hourly pay rates effective April 1st, 2024. For David Wagner at $20.27 per hour, Vicky Emerson at $19.67 per hour, Thomas Olds at $19.67 per hour, and Rod Langbo at $19.67 per hour.
I'll second.
motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Don, those are your words.
Yeah.
I'm
I
like,
hate to put words in your mouth.
Ventriloquist. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote when ready.
Bennett,
yes.
Vamos,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes,
Glenn,
Yes.
gracias.
Right, and then as we discussed earlier, the supplemental sheet for additional employees that have been recruited since then, since April, May 1st. The motion to approve the 4 park rangers hourly pay rates effective May 15th, 2024. Bonnie Babcock at $19.10 per hour, Robbie Doherty at $19.10 per hour, Bailey Langbo at $19.10 per hour, and Gavin Gugamos at $19.10 per hour.
seconded.
We have a motion and a second for further discussion.
Have all
Well,
these,
this is all assuming their paperwork
Yes.
checks out, physicals.
that was my
Background
question. Have
checks.
all these people have background checks and physicals?
We're in the process. Going months between meetings and trying to get
I
people
get it,
started.
I get it. I'm
We,
just,
the rule, we know the rules are clearly defined that none of these employees are to be put on a schedule until all final documents have been submitted to the clerk's office, the physical has been passed, and the Michigan State Police check background passed.
awesome. Call the roll. I'm
They
good.
do not go on the schedule to earn any hours until those things are completed.
Thank you. No questions.
Any further conversation? Roll call vote, please.
Bob,
Yes,
Bennett,
Yes.
Vamos,
Yes.
gracias, Glenn,
Yes. Okay.
I would
New
like to make a
business.
motion directing the clerk to provide a blank cell phone stipend worksheet to the supervisor.
What, you're
He made motion one. He just read motion one.
oh, okay. I'll second.
There's no such document. I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you mean an expense report, Ron?
No, somebody completed a stipend sheet for Chief Flynn on every month. So
And those,
there must be a document.
those are done by the payroll office or the accounts payable office, and you don't have anything to do with it. So we will create one. But we need to know how much he's gonna be paid.
So if it is a form used in the township board does have authority over it, Cheryl.
I'm sorry, it's a form made out by the clerk's office. When we make them out for several months in a row. And when the new month comes around, we take one of the forms and we add it to the accounts payable run. But it has to be a monthly set amount.
Look, you just told me there wasn't a form.
That's not a form that has been distributed around to anybody. So it's a form we make up, and we can use the same one we use for Chief Flynn with a different GL number.
No, because what was Chief Flynn's was a board-approved monthly stipend.
For his
This is
phone.
actually just a reimbursement for what he has currently used before we get him another cell phone, because we just approved getting him a cell phone.
Well,
He's
then-
not gonna be using his personal
Well,
one
then he
after that,
can,
right?
then
Currently
all he
using
does is put it on an
Right,
expense
but he's not going to be, is that correct, Don?
Correct.
So this is more of an reimbursement of expense type of thing, or a
Then-
temporary stipend.
Then he should fill out an expense reimbursement form, and you all have that form. There is no specific form for reimbursement of cell phone expenses, only if there's a cell phone stipend that's the same amount every month. So there's no form. If you want to make up a form besides the expense reimbursement form, have a party with it, but we're not going to make it.
Roll call when ready.
Ron,
What?
there is no formal form. Your motion is to provide a blank cell phone stipend worksheet when we don't really actually have that form.
But
You only have
there is, so why couldn't one
No, there
form be
is
printed?
not. There only is one that we make up if it's a set monthly reimbursement. Brandon Flynn was paid $50 a month towards his personal cell phone cost.
Expense.
And so we had a little form, just the same as we make up, like for Dawn, for her pay every month, okay, to remind us to do it. If he's wanting to be reimbursed for past expenses, that goes on a simple expense reimbursement form. There is no form to reimburse cell phone costs as a separate item from any other expense that someone is asking to be reimbursed for.
So
There's
for
only
clar-
one expense reimbursement form.
So for clarification, so in Chief Flynn's past case, we were paying that stipend in advance of him incurring any cost, not after the fact. We were prepaying his
Yes.
50. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just said yes. Past expenses get turned in with an original expense reimbursement form and original receipts.
So I'm going to maintain that, I have no idea what the original receipt situation is in this particular case. So if that's going to be a requirement, I'm gonna maintain that we provide this reimbursement on the cell phone stipend worksheet.
We have no such form.
Well, I'll show you pictures of it, Cheryl. So roll call, please.
What is he going to be turning in?
Roll call, please.
Cost of what? The monthly service? What is he going to be turning in? Anything he wants to? What is this approved up to how much per month? $150?
No, it says-
Roll call when ready.
We have no idea what Brandon's actual cell phone expense was a month, but it was in his employee thing that we paid $50 towards his cell phone bill every month. Now that is not, well, I can't produce this form, so you can make up the form yourself. I'm not going to be providing any form.
Are you gonna call roll or?
Yeah, I honestly don't see why we're voting on motion
And
one.
why?
Just vote on motion two.
And that takes
Why
care
are
of
we?
it.
Yeah, why are we even? Why is this even a motion? It's stupid.
Are you gonna call roll or not?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Don, will you call roll, please?
I will. Cheryl,
Blank. Cell phone stipend. And I'm gonna vote no, because there's no such form.
Bennett,
No.
Pop,
Yes.
Balmuth,
I'm gonna vote yes, because we're going to motion two.
I'm voting yes because it ties to motion two. Motion two, motion authorizing a one-time $50 payment to Mike Dwyer for personal cell phone usage performing official park business.
I'll second.
Motion seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
For what period of time is it for?
It says one.
Don, will you call roll again, please?
For what period of time is it for? We need to
It
put
says,
that on
it
the
says,
check.
the motion says, motion to authorize a one-time $50 payment to Mike Dryer for personal cell phone use performed official park business. So it's a one-time thing.
During what period of time? Up to today? Today forward? What period of time are we talking about?
You're reimbursing him for the time he already spent using his cell phone. Now you're getting him a cell phone. Is he gonna continually, is this finish his cell phone, Don?
Yeah,
Is it-
one
okay,
time,
one
$50.
time.
That's what it says.
One time, done deal.
So we're paying him $50, a one-time payment for cell phone usage. Is that what I heard?
Yep.
So all we owe him is $50.
Yep.
That's it?
So you don't need a stipend for him.
No.
Except that you are requesting original receipts. And I have no idea what his receipt situation is. So that's why it's going on the stipend form, Cheryl.
I mean, Ron, if you're talking about, you know,
Yeah,
if, hang on a second,
You haven't
Cheryl.
approved a stipend yet.
Hang on a second. With your expense reimbursement, you have to attach a copy of your bill. If it's one of those prepaid cards, you don't get a bill. Is that what you're referring to, Ron?
Yeah, to my knowledge, that's what it is. It's a pay by the minute phone. I know that we have been disconnected multiple times because these minutes run out. And, it takes him a while to regenerate those. It's not something that's immediate. So I don't know if he gets a receipt or not.
Okay, timeout on the field. When I showed Cheryl all my credit card report, when I tried to fill out the form, I even showed her my credit card. She ripped off the top of my bill and said, we don't need to see this. Just put this on the form. So I don't care if somebody gets a piece of paper and writes it on there. This is ridiculous.
Well, let's just call for a
Just
vote. Move
Roll
on.
call vote.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Ahmed,
Yes.
Okay, new business number 7, lawn maintenance bid form. Motion authorizing the supervisor to publish the following legal notice. Legal notice, Whitewater Township is seeking bids for 2024 lawn maintenance and cleanup service at various township facilities and parks. The bid form listing all specifications and contractor requirements can be found on the homepage of the township website at www.whitewatertownship.org. Questions should be directed to Township Supervisor Ron Pop, area code 231-267-5141, extension 23, or emails supervisor.whitewater@gmail.com. Deadline for submission bids is Monday, May 27th, 2024 by 5 p.m. Oh, in the Traverse City Record Eagle and Elk Rapids News for bidding purposes.
wait a minute. Deadline for submission of bids is Monday, May 27th by 5 PM. And then what?
And then in the Traverse City Record Eagle and Elk Rapids News for bidding purposes. I just read it off of the packet.
Are you making that motion, Don?
Yes.
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
what's today, the 13th? 14th, okay, 13 days, wow. I know we're under the gun here. Do we have any,
This is for getting lawn care services and cleanup services for the township. Is that correct?
What's the bid package?
So if I may answer, when Andrew left, we had a discussion I had a discussion with Mike Dwyer, whether or not he wanted to maybe continue to take on the mowing. And he wasn't sure because he didn't know what employment looked like. And so this business item was created that we could potentially outsource lawn maintenance once again for a single year until we got park stability back. Don, you could probably comment on this. I think a couple of people in your recommendations have experience in this field, and we may still be bringing this in-house.
Well, we have some rangers current, and we continue to recruit people that might be interested in doing that type of work, as well as outside of the park ranger's job. I know there's been some talk in the past floating around with some of the volunteer fire people that may be something that they were interested. I spoke to one the other day, and they were expressing some interest to do extra work for some extra money. How that fit in terms of how that would all develop, but there seems to be some people out there that have at least expressed interest.
do we have any other applications on file?
have not been recruiting for that at this moment in time. Been recruiting for the for the park, for the staff, the rangers.
Ron, do you have any more applications for cutting grass?
Yeah, there is one more. Deb Graber sent the person to us. We just have not had the opportunity to interview him. Although I think Don is going to look at his paperwork sometime today or later on this week anyway, to make an evaluation. And so he's an actual farmhand, or was a farmhand for a farm in Acme Township that has now converted to a site condominium.
Okay.
So we've got a group of talented people, and I don't know where this will go, but you know, it doesn't hurt to advertise this, see what's available, and it'll still be up to the board whether or not we bring it in-house or whether or not we outsource it.
I think at this point, we're behind the eight balls, so to speak, with having in-house, because we don't have the equipment. It's not purchased. We don't have transportation on it
Mowing should
to
have
move
already
it from
started.
site to site.
Okay.
And the
All
moment.
right, folks, I need to duck out. I apologize. But with respect to Ardella's comment, I've contacted 4 lawn maintenance companies and none of them have room. So while we are up against or behind the 8 ball, I think was your terminology for the park, we're also way late on this with respect to getting contract labor. So good luck the rest of the meeting group. I'll rejoin when I can.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Good luck to you too.
I think we should-
Finishing, I just like to finish my thought.
Sure.
I know Ron had to go, so, but we are behind. This should have been done.
Last fall.
Yeah, you know, we normally do it quite a ways ahead. And you have, like Ron said, maybe there's people out there that, there's companies out there that already, their dockets are full. You know, but you never know. There may be other companies out there that have lost a big contract or something and they got a room. Only way to know is to advertise for it. So I'm in favor of advertising for it. Because quite frankly, I don't know how long it's actually going to be before, if we decide to go in-house, how soon is that going to be able to be implemented? We don't know that. And we do need to have things mowed and taken care of. So
Just look at the grass out here. Several inches high. Should have
Okay.
started 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Here's my
Everywhere
thought.
in the township.
Here's my thought, Don. You need an interim. So do we go out, we go out for bids, but do we make this everything but the park? And if we move forward and purchase the equipment, that gives you 3 months of training. But you said you already have people that have already cut grass before, but you don't know what's the ETA on any of your equipment. In other words, I don't know how to balance this out. So are we doing 1 year of cutting grass for everything? And we're just gonna ease in, buy our equipment? What's your thoughts?
Right now, the spec sheet is for 2024, and I think we to Ardella's point, I think we pop it out there and see what we get back.
When are the cemeteries gonna get mowed? They need to be mowed before Memorial Day weekend.
You'll need to ask Ron when that comes back. I know he was working on that. That was not something I was working on.
Well, if you do have one application already,
I already took care of getting the cleanups done because of this, the incompetence that's been going on this whole lawn.
I don't believe you
maintenance
just
thing.
said that.
I mean, complete incompetence. This contract should have been in place last
Yeah.
fall. Then you have your numbers for budget. You have your personnel lined up for the next year. In the spring, in the middle of May is the worst time to be looking for lawn maintenance. The worst time.
Any other comments?
Yeah,
Is it regarding?
thanks for
this?
calling all of us incompetent again. I appreciate that. My question is to Don. You answered my question. Let's put it out there for bid. And in the meantime, Cheryl, maybe I'll see if I can find a volunteer again to come cut the lawn.
But we don't have
Somebody
the
needs to get
equipment,
it done.
Tiny. They'd have to bring their own.
That's
So
okay.
township residents and taxpayers expect the mowing to be done, facilities to be maintained, and especially the cemeteries before Memorial Day weekend for the services that are going to be taking place there on the Monday of Memorial Day weekend. I don't care if you gotta go out and buy a couple push mowers.
Will you be pushing one of them?
Can
Sorry,
I call for a
Okay.
vote?
Roll call vote?
Another sheet.
Hello?
Hey, Steve, what's up?
I didn't realize it was a meeting going on today.
Oh, so you just come in here?
Well, I come to see Cheryl. Flags
In the cemeteries
at the cemetery.
that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
That was new business 7 that we're on, Cheryl.
Numbered.
Oh, okay, very well.
I don't need them numbered. They don't get numbered in the minutes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Motion 2, motion directing the clerk to issue 2 purchase orders, one to the Traverse City Record Eagle in the amount not to exceed $500. The second to the Elk Rapids News in the amount not to exceed $400.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Goss, yes. Valmuth,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Pop is absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Right. Moving along. Okay. New business, item number 8. Traverse City Public Schools tax collecting resolution.
Motion 24-10.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2410 for collection of TCAPs and Northwest Education Service taxes for 2024.
I will second, but I need to.
Motion made, seconded, further discussion.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm stumbling on my further discussion here.
No problem.
Normally, it's got to be signed by myself and the supervisor, and I don't know how long Ron's going to be out. So
When's the deadline?
it should have been back in April, Heidi, but we didn't have a meeting. So,
Any board member can sign.
Where's this? Where do
I
I
was
see
just
the
gonna
second
say,
signature? I
where-
just
yeah.
see the
Cross
first-
his name off and put a different name and the person can sign it.
roll
So-
down, you'll see it. It's there. Keep rolling.
Okay, I see.
It's at the end.
Okay.
Both the school resolutions for collections have the supervisor and the treasurer on there. It can be any board member. It doesn't have to be the supervisor. We've just always put the supervisor on it. So
I'll
Well,
be
the
happy to sign it.
the signatures, I'm sorry, Cheryl.
I'll be happy to sign it in Ron Pop's absence.
The signature block just says signature authorized by Board of Trust. Oh, I guess it does say. It has,
Yeah.
it has treasurer,
I mean,
supervisor and clerk in there.
Well, then we'll just have the clerk do it because I don't need to get into Ron's
Well,
personal
all
life,
you have to
but I
do-
need to know when it can be signed is all.
We do
And-
have overnight services. Put it in an overnight letter, send it to him, find out where he's at. If you don't, I'll do it. Give it to me. I'll send it to him overnight.
I no. I don't think it's necessary.
I
But we'll
don't
figure-
either,
we'll
but
figure
you
it
might
out.
want to ask him because he doesn't have a deputy. So you might want to ask him what he wants to do before you start omitting his name from the signature, but okay.
We've done it in the past where another board member assigned it when he was not available. So I mean, if I have to wait until he gets back, I guess I will. Unless you guys are okay with authorization of someone other than the supervisor. I'm just throwing that out there.
The problem is it's a procedural change, isn't it? Because it states it on the form.
There's been many documents that Ron has not been here to sign. And
That's
either
not the
Della
point.
or myself have had to sign them in his place.
Okay, that's not the point.
Ron does not keep office hours here.
Call vote.
We'll let you figure it out, Della. Thanks. Eric? Yes. Glenn?
Yes.
Goss, yes. Falmouth?
Before I vote, do the right thing and just let him know what you need and give him the chance to offer a different solution. I'll vote yes.
I have no intentions of trying to cut Ron out of anything, Heidi.
I get
We've
it.
always worked
Just-
cooperatively
just-
together on this.
Just making sure. Just
New
ask the
business number
question.
9. Elk Rapids Public Schools Tax Collecting Resolution from April.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2409 for collection of Elk Rapids Public Schools taxes for 24 and 25. A second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Bob is absent. Goss, yes. Falmouth,
Yes.
Bennett. Yes. Glenn.
Yes. New business number 10. Whitewater Township Park electrical upgrades. I'll make a motion authorizing the supervisor to sign the C2AE professional service agreement dated April 4th, 2024 in the amount of $21,500.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I have an issue with paying $21,500 out just for planning when electrical companies will do that same amount of professional planning included in their bid price. I have a problem with that. I feel like it's a waste of the taxpayers' money.
I feel it's a waste of time because you need this repair. This is more of a repair, is it not, Don?
No, this is about adding
You're
adding
changing,
1200 amp
right.
service and
You're changing the voltage.
designing the pads where it goes, the layouts of the lines, the pedestals, the rewiring to.
So this is
existing
to
new
create the
create-
entire plan,
It's to
basically.
create, a comprehensive, it's no different than we hired F&V to do plans for the boat launch that were eventually put out to bid. It's the same concept. You have, at least in my estimation, a complex situation that This sets the foundation for which to go out and pursue contractors.
Yeah, you
for.
do have scope and everything in it. Just a really bizarre question, did anybody check to see if an electrical company can deliver the scope and make you the plan? I don't know if your deliverables, I mean, can a regular electrician quote all this and give you the same kind of plan? I don't know.
The only thing I can speak to is probably a year ago, maybe less. I spoke to a pretty large electrical firm here in Traverse City. And I, tried to describe what we wanted to have done. And they just said, do you have
A plan.
Do you have a plan? Do you have a master plan? Do you know what we're supposed to be design? Do you have a design? And, well, is that type of work you do? No, we expect that to be done and then
Yeah,
it gets
because you're
presented
doing
to
a
us.
plan
Now,
and the labor.
I didn't
get it.
survey 10 forms, but that was a response that I was pretty much expecting.
Right,
See
and
the-
you're probably
you know,
gonna
what's
get
the
that.
plan?
And you're probably gonna get that from other people because they're laborers, they work and quote off of your plans. I completely get it. I don't know how you're gonna get that kind of service from a laborer. Ardella, I know what you're saying, but I don't know if that's, you're hiring a laborer. And usually a laborer comes in and says, where's your plan? I'll follow your plan. And then I'll give you a quote. We're gonna get into this later when we talk about the cemetery roof. I get where you're going, and because you need a plan, because I don't think anybody's just gonna come and willy-nilly it for you. As a laborer, I know I wouldn't, because I would want somebody that knew all the angles and the rules. He might not know survey rules or whatever. I'm gonna say that you have to develop the plan before you can go out for a labor on this, because you're revising the whole thing. You're like changing your kitchen. And I will tell you that the laborer can't help you. You have to
Don,
have
what
your
do you
own
expect
plan.
the cost of this to be, the upgrade?
I haven't put a pencil to it because.
Okay,
I
but
don't-
over
I don't-
5,000?
Pardon me?
Something that we have to go out for bids for? Over 20,000,
The-
something we have to
the-
go for sealed
The
bids
cost of
for?
the project?
Yeah.
Yeah, without the scope, without understanding the scope of this work, there's no way to estimate that cost.
Do you have a ballpark?
But.
No,
you-
he just said,
I just said no.
Well, if you're gonna go out for bids, you have to have a plan.
Mhm.
You have to have something.
For them to
Bid
bid off
If
of.
you're asking the project over 20,000, it's significantly in the.
That's what my question just was. to you.
I misunderstood your question,
Okay.
Cheryl. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So,
So in that case, you do need some documents. You do need something that an engineer put out there. Anything over 15,000, we have to have an architect or an engineer involved. So if you're stating that you think the cost of the upgrades are gonna be over that, then we have to get professional services.
Is it in the budget? Did we budget for this? Is this
I
21,000
think we
in the
budgeted
budget?
I think we budgeted for the engineering services.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think we
I didn't
budgeted
verify that, but
I'd have to go through this.
I think we budgeted for engineering services.
But it's right on the township website. Pull it up
Oh, yeah.
anytime you need to.
Thank you.
I don't see any budget for that or in the park fund. Nothing for electrical upgrades. I mean, this budget's so bloated as it is. There was nothing put in the budget for that.
Was it on that notes page in 208?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
That's on.
Capital expenditures.
So there's money
In
for planning.
facility repairs and maintenance, you have 55,000, that would chew up 21.5 of it. If you're gonna put it under that, I need to know what's gonna go under, so we know what to code
So
the
we may
expense to.
pay for the planning of it, but not be able to afford to actually do it this year.
We haven't budgeted to do it.
Yeah, we won't be able.
We
the
haven't
Plan's going to take, plan's gonna take a while to get.
Well, not only have we not budgeted to actually do it, we haven't even budgeted to get this work done.
You just said there was 55,000.
I said, if you take it out of facility repairs and maintenance, that's
For the
a
park or
big
for
chunk.
everything?
Yes.
Maybe this
Okay.
is the park. Everything for the park comes out of the park fund.
I just wanted to verify that we weren't
So-
throwing this building in there too, so
So
I'm good, I
in
know
the
where I'm at.
park
Building.
fund, under professional services, we didn't budget any money. Or we did.
No,
I
she
should
said
just
it's
pull that
under
up.
We did budget
facilities.
50,000 under professional services.
We budgeted
So this would-
50,000 under professional
So
services.
this would be about half of that
Okay,
for the year.
so the money is there.
Money is there. So it would come out of professional services. $804.
And how is it that we just decide to go with C2AE when there's other firms out there? I mean, this is well over what we're supposed to be asking for bids on, is it not?
Well, you're supposed to, if you have something over 5,000, you're supposed to get quotes from 3.
Oh, it's gonna cost more than 5,000 to do what they're doing here.
No, Heidi, follow the conversation. The
Sure,
21.5.
I
is over-
understand, it's just for the plan.
21.5 is over 5,000.
Yes.
Why didn't Ron get 3 quotes to present to the board before he brought C2AE at 21.5? So to me, this line item needs more work, can be brought back.
I'm not seeing the urgency in it.
I'm not either.
I just want to make sure that we're getting the right engineering company or the best for the amount of money we're going to spend. I mean, and I want to follow the procedures that are there. I don't want to be accused of not following our procedures and just spending money willy-nilly out there. It's just, there's a lot in this board packet for C2AE that, and we've done no RFPs for this type of service, and it might be construed as favoritism to a preferred vendor. We're talking a lot of money. It's not just this, it's the next one coming up too. For the building. Okay. Heat and air conditioning. So.
Why were the RFPs?
So in the last, and I'm trying to sort of memorize, so I'm not harping on it, but it just, so when we had F&B's engineering services for the boat launch project, that went out to bid for those services?
You know, Don, I don't recall. I'd have to look back. I don't recall us. I mean, that was what, 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything recent that we've had.
I don't, just the needs facility. They did our needs facility too, didn't they?
No, C2AE.
C2E I'm talking about.
So did that go out to bids?
I don't recall.
Nope, Ron picked him.
Yeah, and we went along with it. Where we probably should have said, it's gotta go up for bids. We're talking big dollar amounts here. We're not talking $5,000 or something.
I'm just asking what we've been doing and trying to.
Here's a perfect example. This is a whole lot more than that postage machine was, and I had to provide 3 quotes. So,
Back in the day.
yeah, back in the day when procedures were being followed.
What's the urgency of this? There's so much going on at the park. What is the urgency of this?
Because it's something that just has to get started on a parallel path. It's going to take time. It's going to take time to
The next
develop
board
that
is,
interest.
the next board is gonna be doing this project, not this board.
It would be nice to leave the next board with a,
With a
with a
plan.
plan.
Maybe the next board wants to get their own plan.
It'd be nice to have a master plan for the park that shows down the
First, you
road.
gotta get your park to take over the park so that they can do that.
I mean, this is time consuming. If I were a new board coming in, I would be appreciative of having this already packaged up and ready to act upon rather than.
But honestly, if you look at, once again, back to your budget document, 208. 208 fund. No other fund has a list of capital expenditure items like that. And this isn't even on there. And they're already spending,
Well, this
park
wasn't,
spending general fund money as it is on this stuff.
this wasn't a capital project yet.
Well, it will be.
This is not before the next budget cycle. There's no way that this type of plan
Well,
gets done
You
and
got,
reviewed and
you
approved
got the
before.
electric, well, you got
I mean, there's-
20,000 for electric and well pavilion, relocate the ranger station, boat wash, 0 tractor, 0 turn mower, pickup truck, ice merchant tire, equipment storage trailer, blah, 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 on and on.
Having this plan prepared and done to turn over to the new board in the fourth quarter of this year so that they can contemplate it and decide whether they want to fund it in the next fiscal year. This brings them forward to that point. Otherwise, they're probably going to lose another year.
You know, I don't have a problem
We
with the
can go ahead.
project. I have a problem with just picking one vendor. I think that's my issue, Don. It's not the actual project itself, because I agree with you. Planning forward needs to be done.
I get it, but,
I mean,
we went out and got 2 or 3 different quotes for what we were doing in the PC. And I know one problem we had was when we went to go out and get more quotes, we couldn't get any more.
You know,
So you
But
run
we
in.
haven't tried.
I'd like to see some try here, because we tried. I mean, poor, the planner, he called all over the place. He's like, our deadlines are not far enough out for the people to even call me back. And I'm like, uh-oh. So
And
you have a
we don't
problem,
have a
but
deadline on this one, so.
exactly, there's no deadlines here, so C2AE, they keep giving us all, they keep doing all this work for us, but there's no competition.
Right. That's all I'm saying. We're over a certain dollar amount. Policy says we go out for RFPs.
That's
think
what
we-
I want to know,
think
where
we
the
just do
RFP
that.
is, because if I didn't, at least I can tell you that, hey, we tried, we, when we did the RFP, we tried to find 4 or 5 vendors. We
Right.
got 1. Maybe we're gonna have the same problem when we do this.
you know, it'd be one thing if the township board had agreed to name an engineering firm, that's who you always go to. But the board hasn't ever been presented with that question since
And-
I've been on the board.
And we have not been sending these out for engineering services, so it's no further discussion, If not, roll call vote.
Well, are we going to,
Glenn,
Well, there's a motion out there.
Yes.
Heidi.
Pop is
That
absent.
would be another motion.
Bennett,
No,
Goss, no, Valmuth,
I'm gonna say no. And if I have to make the phone calls to get you other engineering company, just say the word. Because I had to already double check what somebody else already did. Don't have a problem doing that.
Moving along to new business number 11, Molon repairs of boat launch. New business 11 starts on page 212. Motion 1. Make a motion to approve $2,800 to Molon Excavating to install 750 square yards of mulch blanket on high erosion slopes as discussed April 16th, 2024. See picture 1, picture 2, and picture 3 for more information.
That's not part of the motion. Is it?
No, I'm sorry, I just kept,
Yeah.
so, yeah, those are informationals. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, so ending it. Should we read it? Cheryl, are we good? Okay, okay. Glenn,
I'll second.
motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Just to try to fix the erosion issue.
Those 3 areas,
Yeah.
the getting them repacked and getting grass to grow will it's holding in other areas because grass got started there, and so same theory is.
Well, normally mulch and grass seed don't go hand in hand because mulch has a way of killing any growth.
It's a mulch blanket to hold it together.
Okay, so it's not what I'm thinking of.
No, it's not like your garden mulch.
Okay.
So
That was my only question.
roll call vote.
Bennett,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
absent. Glenn,
Yes.
gracias.
Part 2, motion 2. Motion to approve $2,105 to Molon Excavating to install 6A crushed stone, geotextile fabric, 6-inch to 8-inch riprap, and relocate the stored on-site large stones in a pattern to reduce wave action erosion on the south side of the boat ramp. In addition to materials used above, approve the delivery of 15 tons of 6-inch to 8-inch riprap and 2 cubic yards of 6A crushed stone to be stored on site near the location of existing boulder storage for future erosion repairs. Cost not to exceed $5,000.
Okay, so
I'll
the
second.
motion, I'm sorry, go ahead. I jumped the gun.
I second it.
Okay,
But
motion
you
made
can
and
talk.
seconded- Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Yes, just for clarification, the motion is for 2,150, but not to exceed 5,000 or an additional 5,000.
Yeah, it really should be 2 motions.
So the 2,150 is for the A6 crushed stone and the riprap.
Yeah.
Okay, but is the other, the 15 tons and the riprap and 2 cubic yards of 6A not to exceed the 5,000? I just need
Yeah, this got
clarification.
smashed into one motion. It should be 2.
Do you want to make it 2?
Yeah, I think let's pull that back.
I'll take my second.
Motion. And then I'll make motion to approve $2,150 to Molon Excavating to install 6A crushed stone, geotextile fabric, 6-inch to 8-inch riprap, and relocate the stored on-site large stones in a pattern to reduce wave action erosion on the south side of the boat ramp. Period.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Rob is absent. Bennett,
Yes,
Thomas,
Yes.
gracias. Glenn,
Motion number 3, motion, motion to approve the delivery of 15 tons of 6-inch to 8-inch riprap and 2 cubic yards of 6A crushed stone to be stored on site near the location of existing boulder storage for future erosion repairs, cost not to exceed $5,000.
Do we know near location of existing boulder storage? Where is that at?
When we had boulders taken out of the field area where we did the additional parking, and we took those and stacked those in where the additional parking lot was in the one corner so that we had them all together.
Okay.
They're very expensive. It's like $100 a ton in order to buy a boulder. So there's no way we wanted to get rid of that. And it's
Right.
it's quite substantial amount of them that we had uncovered. And so we put them there to be out of the way, but needy with the need when, put them in use when they're in need. So that area is kind of tucked around the corner there, and it would be a good place to store the crushed 6A as well.
Okay. I didn't hear a second.
I second it. And I have another question, Don. Who's gonna be doing the repairs if necessary?
Well, Molan's going to use some of that material, depending if we're moving, the 6A crushed stone,
Well, it just says for future erosion repairs.
right. I mean, that's where I was getting to is if we need to move stone to an area, we would just use the golf cart or get a tractor. If we're moving the big stones, we don't have any equipment that's big enough to move those big stones. So we'd have to outsource that.
So all this
but the-
gets you is a fix to what's the problem now and some extra stuff. They don't come
Yeah,
back
there's,
in
I
and
mean,
do
there's
repair.
there's some area, some of that 2 cubic yards would be put into use.
Okay.
But rather than just having to keep reorder it during the season,
Right.
because that gravel lot, that additional
Yeah,
parking
it's hard to get.
is going to get torn up.
Plus your gravel's hard to get in certain divisions right now. Okay.
If no further discussion, roll call vote.
Well, Did
you call me, Cheryl? Yes.
Goss, yes, Glenn?
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Pop is absent.
Is there a chance we could take a break? I need a bathroom break.
Sure.
So do I.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Take 15 minutes.
Yeah, that'd work.
Attention everyone on Zoom, we're taking a 15-minute bathroom break.
that new reservation system we have, is the reports coming out of there that'll tell me what the charges are for?
What we're trying to do is get it all broken out because there was just lump sum types of stuff. So what we're trying to do is get it in formats where you have them do the work in order to give you a report that you could put, plug and play. You know how we used to take the authorized.net and we'd have to make that top sheet to, to cover, put it in the specific sub accounts.
Right.
And so this one was just giving an aggregate amount. Didn't separate out refunds versus credits and didn't separate out reservation fees or any other the other fees. So the last I knew, and that was mid to late week, they were making progress on it. And then I think over the weekend, I got an email from Esteban, I think, asking me to validate some of the columns. And so I was at the park all day yesterday and frankly forgot to get back to him last night. So I just got it on my to-do list because I was trying to use the authorized.net report as a try to how similar could we get those to look.
Well, I got a little bit of time because our overpass payouts didn't start until May 1st. But I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Ron, I think everybody's tracking to get it done before May.
Yeah,
So,
because they held on to our money for the almost whole
Yeah.
month of August.
Yeah.
April.
yeah, there was.
We should be getting interest from
there
them on
was
that.
several validations that took place in order to secure. It was, but that's the setup with those, folks. When I was looking at some other things, credit card setups last year, and man, they're difficult to get. They're just really difficult to set up. And I don't think it's the company. I think it's just the verification that it's not a shell company, that it's, that's a legit business. It's not,
Right.
There's something nefarious going on, and it's just a really
Is Rover Pass a national company?
To best of my knowledge, they may not be in all states, but they're across.
Seems like they would have ran into working with cities, villages, and townships and counties before us. Because I understand why Ron was having an issue, them making us, the hoops he had to jump through to get them to view us not as an individual.
Right.
That 1099K is a joke.
I know.
Who's gonna sign up for that?
That's what I found, and that's why we didn't take any credit cards at the park.
Well, the rules must have changed along the way because we didn't have that issue when we first started this reservation system.
Wouldn't surprise me. Look what the federal government's done on PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, all those requirements change now, right?
Yep.
So. Quick question. Last year, KSS sent me the invoice for the janitorial. I just forwarded that over to you, correct? Because then you printed it out as the original. Yeah, I don't need to print it and give it to you. You just forward the email, correct?
It looks like they're sending it to me.
Oh, are they? I didn't see a copy on that.
Just. I got the invoice this morning,
Like $511.
$511.
Okay, so I don't need to do, as long as you're copied on there, I don't need to do anything with it.
I think I got confirmation for that too.
Yeah, I dropped that myself.
Oh, no, I saw it coming in.
They sent the confirmation? Oh.
They should be getting those too. They need to go with the PO.
Yeah, but I always thought that the delivery ticket confirmation came as a hard copy. And we have to get,
Order confirmation.
Oh, yeah, you need the delivery ticket, right? Which is what I dropped off.
So just a question.
Mhm.
I just got an email from a township resident about the tennis courts. The,
Yeah, I got one too.
the net that goes up. Should we forward that now to the new
To the parks,
intern?
to the parks manager.
Yeah.
7, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Oh, the
then.
nets are up.
Yeah, but they're loose, hanging loose.
Oh, they need to be tightened up.
Yeah.
Is that on just on the nets? I got one about power washing.
No, mine's just on the net. Did you forward that to Mike?
I think it was blind copy. Look.
It needs that too. They are,
Well, yeah, there's a
Black
lady though
looking.
that does it, I think. I can't remember who did it,
There's,
so,
it's already in motion.
okay,
It's already in motion.
then I'm not gonna worry about it. That's what I
Already in
thought.
motion. So, and I agree with you 100%, Ardell, it needs to be taken care of. But it's already in motion.
great. Glad to hear that.
Check off the list. We are.
2 more minutes.
Ground cover 12. Okay, what page are we on? We're on 215. Where's that other thing? So what's-
I never get these out.
It's $60.
All right, we will reconvene this April 9th regular meeting of the Whitewater Township Board. Reconvene at 12:31. Is everyone ready?
Can you change the date to May?
Oh, gosh, May 14th, I'm sorry.
It's
Not
okay.
April 9th.
It's okay. I don't want to go backwards.
So that was a long break. All right.
Around 2:15 in the packet, correct?
Yes, new business number 12. Proposed tractor mower purchase. Motion authorizing the supervisor to purchase a Kubota LX 4020 HSDC tractor with the following attachments: LA 545 loader, 60-inch bucket, PFL 2042 forks, RB 1672 back blade, GS 1572 grater blade, 72-inch York rake, and hydraulic 3-point tilt and angle from Ginup Sales of Williamsburg, not to exceed $52,000.
Okay. I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded for further discussion.
Now explain to me what you are trying to buy here, because I tried to write down all the part numbers and I figured, you know what? I know nothing about lawnmowers or tractors. So I need you to explain to me, is this the whole kit and caboodle for the tractor?
These are elements that are attachments that come on and off depending on the job at hand. So in terms of grading the new boat parking area, the roads, some of the roads where we get periodic erosion. Talk about front loader for moving stones and boulders and other material as needed. The bucket, the forks for picking up picnic tables or relocating those or moving those to other areas of park are some examples of the type of work that would be.
This eliminates us from using the private party tractor, correct?
We have been using volunteer equipment at this point. It also allows us in some of the grading jobs, not having to outsource that to a contractor. There will be, this is not a situation where I would expect, all park personnel to be trained on it. Some of the rangers that are under 17 can't be allowed to use it.
Correct.
And so there'll be
a limited selection on who's
the
dealing
people
with
will
it.
have to be trained and
Safety equipment and all that
certified
stuff.
to be able to do that. Because frankly, there'll probably be some rangers that probably don't want to do that. And I'm not, and I will never characterize it as it's got nothing to do with gender, because I see plenty of people out here that can handle the equipment, and it's a question, it's a three-prong, is there a willingness? B, have they been trained? And C, is there the confidence to do it? So,
And my other question is, so that's the whole tractor kit and caboodle. And the second motion, I take it, is the lawnmower part.
will be, yes.
Okay, now my question is, does Ginup Sales offer a training program? Or who's going to train these people on this equipment?
It's my understanding it's Ginup that's training.
So they do offer a training program, and is that, I would imagine it's like buying a car, they don't charge you for that.
I mean, I did not place this order, but when I've talked to Ginup in the past, they've offered, being flat out, I need some training. And they said, now to me personally, now I haven't spoken to them on this piece of equipment. Ron was handling this. So, but I think it's unreasonable to expect that somebody's just going to hop on there and you know, there's people that have this equipment that, you know, I can think of a couple people, but now that are in the park that
Already know how to operate it.
similar equipment, but it's still, they still need to go through the Kubota side of it and understand.
I mean, I just don't want to see we sell cars to people and we don't give them walk-arounds to show them how to open it up. So I just want to make sure that that training is offered and there from the from
Yeah,
the
because this is
sales.
not a car that everybody is familiar with.
Yeah.
This
It
is an
doesn't say
expensive
training's
piece of
included.
equipment.
That's my
It's on the
question.
quote.
It doesn't,
So,
that's why I said I don't.
Oh,
and
doesn't
Ron's
say
not
anything
on,
about
so
training.
I know this has got to get done because we got to start the process. And this starts half the plan. So should I walk outside and call him and ask him?
I don't, if he was available, he'd be back online. with
Oh, no,
us.
I know. I'm not gonna call him. I'm gonna call Gina.
Oh, why would you walk outside, Heidi?
I'll do it right now. Well,
Well,
'cause
I'm not saying to do it right now, but
I'm just saying that, is there a way we could find that? I mean, can we take your word of mouth that there's some kind of training program?
no.
No,
I know, so you can't.
there's a name and phone number here.
Does this, Don, does this have to be ordered or do we have all this stuff sitting over there?
I can't answer that question, Cheryl. I didn't get the quote on that. It came from Ron.
Is there two quotes for this type of equipment? I thought, I mean, it was
There's
all
a-
jumbled together,
Yeah,
so.
this
Yeah,
is
there's a
something
John
that we don't
Binder,
have more than-
Like
from what
three, I
when
think.
reading the packet, there was a bid for the tractor and a bid for the mower, and then the same thing from Hudson's at John Deere. They did a bid on the tractor and a bid on the mower.
And I can see why you got confused, Ardella, because at the bottom it says equipment total, but you have to read each thing and know that, well, we're not getting this because we're getting this, or this is all the decks that you get to pick from. So I understand the confusion, because I had the same problem, because I had to ask my husband, are these all the same thing for one piece of equipment? And he said, no, you're looking at 4 different pieces. So
So maybe what would have been helpful is to have it laid out in a spreadsheet. These is what we're getting from Kennups. This is what we're getting from John Deere. Because as it looks, when people look at our board packet and they see we're spending $52,000 on a Kubota tractor, and they look at all these attachments, first thing they're gonna say is, do they really need all those attachments?
Yeah.
What are they gonna use all those attachments for?
Yeah.
Don, I think you did
Where
a
are they gonna be
pretty
stored?
good
so
job
they
of
don't
trying
get
to
stolen?
explain it. But here we are again with $52,000 we're putting out. We have budgeted for this. This, I know.
My other question to that is, where are we storing it? Have we thought of that?
We don't have that yet.
The memo states, is that where I saw it?
Take
Yeah,
a few
that-
weeks to assemble the equipment, allowing for time to line up secured storage.
Yeah, so we wouldn't take delivery.
But
until we had this-
board hasn't even talked about that. It's kind of like putting the cart before the horse.
What were you thinking? Were you thinking of putting it in a storage facility? Were you thinking about buying one of them metal hut things that you just drop on the ground? What was your idea? For storage, just
I
outside?
wasn't researching this project.
Oh,
I'm reading from the packet and know what
Okay.
you know at this point.
Okay.
So,
No problem.
yeah,
And he's not on there.
I mean, it looks like from the email, on page 219 from Lori Stites, it talks about any thoughts on when you want us to start this build. So to your question earlier, Cheryl, I don't know that this is just walk on the lot and they have what they have.
Apparently not, yeah.
It looks like it has to be built, and I
This is a lot of pieces.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember what you're reading. You're ordering, the directive for this piece of equipment is the first motion he read.
Oh,
So
I
when,
heard the motion ID.
So
Yeah, it does
I
say-
know, and I actually know what most of that stuff is. So I've been around tractors before. So,
Yeah, and it does say in the middle of the memo, it will take a few weeks to assemble the equipment, allowing for time to line up secure storage of the equipment, should the board approve the purchase.
personally, I feel like maybe motion one is too soon until we line up the storage. It should be there first. Motion number two, I don't have a problem with because we do need the mower. We don't need the.
But doesn't the
We
mower-
don't need the Kubota as quickly as we need the mower.
Okay, but Don, is that a mower or is that the attachment for the tractor for the mower?
No, it's
No,
a
they're
zero
just-
turn.
they're two separate pieces of.
Okay.
So-
two separate pieces.
So this Kubota, when it's purchased and put in use out at the park, it is going to replace having vendors come in and fix those washouts when they occur.
It would
That's the
depend on the
tractor.
extensiveness of it. I mean, if you're looking here that the grade blades and the back blades, similar to the damage that's been done out there to this point, could have been handled with this piece of equipment. At least in my estimation, we wouldn't have had to go outside to get that work done. In the only case if we had, the stone was there but this piece of equipment would have, if we were able to had it there, we could have done that work ourselves. It wasn't.
again, experienced operators, I think is what you don't have. I know Vicki Emerson's got a tractor and you've been using her tractor, but I just question, who else is gonna be operating this tractor?
I think
I haven't seen any indication that anybody else out there has got any experience with that.
I
He just
think
told you
we're
he-
gonna
they
have
did.
to come up with some kind of a procedure or plan for who will be operating the Kubota and make sure that the training, the individual training for those individuals is done and signed off on.
Let's treat it just like the firemen treat it, okay? They get a chainsaw, they all have to go to chainsaw training. Let's do the same thing. Skill comes out and gives free chainsaw.
Right, not just anybody can jump up there and start her up and go do something with it.
And when I
It
went
would
to
be-
mine, it was everything from personal protective equipment to,
Because there is there's gonna be an insurance liability attached
I was just gonna
to us
say,
doing this. And if we have personnel that's actually been certified, trained by the dealership or whoever, I think that'll make a difference on our insurance rates, because with bringing this in-house, it is going to increase our liability insurance.
Okay, so we can pull this back for later date and looking at the process and plan for training operation, and the storage issue was the other second part of that I
well,
heard.
my question is, we've decided then on the Kubota versus the John Deere? Because my question is, I'll go find out what training programs they have, but I don't want to go to both places if we're only calling one back.
Oh, Ron got quotes for both of them, and he must have felt that the Kubota was a better deal.
I can only give you anecdotal, talking to people that had both Kubotas and, which they preferred and why, and this didn't surprise me, basically talking about the mower being a John Deere and the tractor being a Kubota. That didn't surprise me, but that's just my, man on the
well,
street.
Kubotas are considered very top of the line.
The dependability was quite the.
Anybody know what the lifespan is of a
It's-
tractor like
You know
that?
what? It's all how you maintenance, how you take care of your equipment. If you're like my husband, it could last for 1,000,000 years. But if you're not maintaining it, when you get done cutting the line, somebody cleaning it, somebody taking the blower and blowing all the grass off and keeping it nice and clean, I have a real problem because I've seen the golf cart. So I want to make sure that who's ever driving it is taking care of it. So that's why I'm gonna go. I will go to both dealers because apparently you're gonna decide both, and I'll get the training program, but I'm disgusted on the golf cart.
Right, so I'm gonna rescind the motion here on motion number 1 on the Kubota. Heidi wants to rescind her second.
I'll
Because
rescind it.
we need to answer some more, what's the process and plan for training, and the storage issue for that is were two takeaways that I had on that.
So is everybody okay that I address it just like I addressed the chainsaw training with the firemen?
Well,
The
I'm
person
sure-
that makes the equipment will
So,
usually come
well, you
out.
know, Ron is the one
I'll just
that's
ask
been
him if he
dealing
wants
with
help.
this. If he doesn't have a problem with you doing that, you know.
he may already have the answers.
Well, that's
so-
what I'm gonna ask him
So-
first.
All right, second motion authorizing the supervisor to purchase a John Deere Z920, 920M Z-Track 54-inch side discharge deck zero turn lawnmower from Huston Equipment of Williamsburg, not to exceed $11,000.
I'll second it. I'm sorry.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I'm looking at this a little more closely.
Sure.
I'm gonna make the comment that my husband had a Cub Cadet, then he went to a Kubota zero turn. Now he's back on a John Deere. But it's not a zero turn. That's a preference. My
What do you mean
husband
it's not a
likes,
zero turn? I thought it was.
it is a zero turn, but his is
Oh.
not. He has a precedent. He likes lines in his grass. He did not like the lines that were created by the zero turn, but he did end up with the John Deere.
It's just when you have a lot to mow.
Oh, I know the difference because I've driven both of them. I would be the zero turn person if I was doing this on a weekly basis, but I don't cut the lawn.
Don, how big is that trailer for transportation? What's the length? I forget. I think somebody said,
I don't know the exact length, but it's long.
does it have sides? It's long enough for this mower.
Yeah,
And what-
it has a lip on the side and the tie downs. And it has the ability for 2 ramps, to drive up onto, and then the hold downs welded onto the side, and so it's made to carry equipment.
Need training on that now.
What are you gonna
too.
pull it with?
This mower at this point is we start at the park and we use at the park until we get that resolved.
Okay, so this mower, what's gonna happen with the cemeteries, the township hall, the fire department? I
I thought we're
pray.
going out to bid for that.
What's, I'm gonna try to find
See
somebody.
what happens and have to adjust.
Does it say, so when the motion to for the mower, when that would be deliverable? I mean, because it did say for the Kubota, it was gonna take time to assemble.
Let me see if there's something in there. Don't recall. That's a great question, Ardell.
Well, it don't say.
I'm not finding a delivery date.
See price effective dates, but I don't see anything.
price effective date is November 1st of 2023. Are these prices even any good anymore?
I was just looking at that.
Maybe it's addressed in an email. Hang on. That's Ginups.
Well, the
Didn't see it, Don.
Yeah, the pricing, there's an April date for the pricing, April 2024, but I don't see a delivery. Whether, this is something that's in stock or.
All right, I see what you're saying.
I don't think it doesn't appear from reading the quotes that there's attachments to it. It's kind of like, that unit is built and, done to go. The only thing I see is payments due 30 days after arrival.
Yeah, that's all I see too.
Well, we are already past the expire date on the modified. I'm assuming they would still hold the price, but you hate to do that. Assume something.
I think this was on the April agenda.
It says the expiration date is April 28th of 2024.
Yeah, so they took the quote they gave them in November.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna give it to the township for the price that's quoted. I think if Ron asked them to do that, I think they would probably honor that. I don't know when he's gonna order it, if it's approved, but.
Well, we have all the specs, so.
I mean, we need to get a mower. There's a hell of a lot of mowing to do in this township. Everything's a foot tall already.
Okay, well, you know what? We're working on it.
All right.
So, just have to wait.
Roll call vote. Yes.
Pop is absent. Goss, yes. Palmer,
Yes.
Yes.
Moving on to new business 13. Make a motion to directing the clerk to issue an expense reimbursement check to Vicki Emerson in the amount of $82.79 by May 20th, 2024.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
We're gonna have to change that date because she said payroll was already done, but that wouldn't be payroll, that would be an
reimbursement
expense.
checks don't have anything to do with payroll.
Okay, that's good. Then May 20th is
Also,
cool.
The expense reimbursement form and these receipts have never been turned into the clerk's office. If they would have been paid. They have not been turned into the clerk's office, and they will not be paid until the original expense reimbursement sheet and the original receipts have been turned into the clerk's office, whatever date that might be.
And
Vicki Emerson can put them in that box right out there on the porch.
and the
She doesn't
next,
even have to come in.
and the next accounts payable cycle is the 22nd, is it now?
Well, it's next week,
Yeah.
every day we get it done, but we're not going to cut any checks until we have the
Okay.
documentation that goes with the checks, because that is what is required by the auditors.
Well, then you can change this motion to say,
As
instead of
soon
by,
as soon as receipt, whatever's taken, you got it.
yeah,
Yep. Keep going, Ardella. You're on the right page.
when, so instead of by, when receipts are submitted on an expense report form.
So motion directing the clerk to issue an expense reimbursement check to Vicki Emerson in the amount of $82.79 when receipts in the expense reimbursement form are turned into the clerk's office.
Or she can put them in the box. if
Do we
we're
second that,
closed. I'll
Heidi?
second it, yes.
Further discussion, roll call vote.
Thomas,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pappas, absent, Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Seconded that.
I did.
Catch it.
Here's another item brought up during the budget. Whitewater Township, new business item number 14, ice merchandiser purchase memo. I make a motion for the supervisor to purchase an ice merchandising storage unit from webstaurantstore.com not to exceed $5,000 as approved in the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
This is gonna solve our ice issue once and for all, correct?
Well,
We're controlling
That's the
everything a
plan.
little better.
that's the plan. I mean, we know both last year and I think Cheryl, you shared some anecdotes about, that, if we're running down towards Memorial Day, which that's a bad example, 4th of July, any other events in the summer, July and August, and certainly towards Labor Day, that we take a back seat in terms of other deliveries. The 4th of July is probably, there's a several week period there where the cherry festival is going on and all those activities. And frankly, they pull all their equipment and just service them. So the line of thinking here is we typically need a delivery close and we just have limited space. And so if we have that second box around June 10th or June 15th, we place a double order. We put it in the Home City box and have Home City fill the other box. And then we don't have to order them again until second, third week in July, depending on sales. And then again, we're ahead of the next holiday. So, we're building now as we get towards the middle of August,
You're ready for the last.
well, we're not really gonna, we're probably not gonna full order at that point. We'll probably tap the outer back because we don't need to have, 300 bags of ice at closing. So it's managing it. We know there's a couple peak times. I mean, it didn't even have to be a holiday once you get towards 4th of July and carrying on through the first or second week of August, it's really difficult to get Home City out there because everybody's busy at that point. But when we can get them out there, we can take a double stack and then.
So we're still gonna we'll have two.
Yeah.
Their machine and then ours.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fallback, the plan B on that was always to take a look and say, well, Home City we lease that box from them for $100 a year. And the rule of thumb, the rule is that you don't put Arctic ice in Home City's box and vice versa. Well, by the township owning that box, if something were to happen with Home City, or we choose to set up another account with Arctic ice out of Grayling, we can take the delivery because we own that box.
Right.
And so it starts to allow for more solutions to the problem.
Do you know when the box, once ordered, when will it be delivered?
They told me 2 weeks. It gets trucked. Let's see, I think K-Tom was in Tennessee and Webster, the warehouse for them was in Kentucky. And the price is set. So you can see there on the schedule, I just compared them, put them in a matrix. Somebody else said matrix earlier, near and dear to my heart. So the unit price, there is no sales tax. We just have to put the file tax exemption on file with them. And then the delivery cost. And again, I think that, well, the K-Tom was a little higher because it was coming out of Tennessee, which is a little bit further. So there was a estimated cost. It's the same unit. It's the exact same unit. There's a cut sheet attached to a spec sheet. So you can see what it looks like. Holds 155 bags, max capacity.
So
And
155 and one, and what's the other? The same?
the other one's like 155. It's a different shape. The other box from Home City is more of an exact square. It's a big square box. This one's, just, it's been thinned out a little bit.
Where are you gonna plug this in at?
We're gonna plug it in, we're gonna plug it up by the ranger station, put it,
Oh,
yeah,
near the other one.
yeah, near the other one,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. All right.
yeah, so.
Is the ranger station moved yet?
No,
Into
it's being leveled out. They were supposed to be out there yesterday morning. I didn't see them, but they said they'd be out Monday or Tuesday. So, I just, my father owned an ice company for 20 years, and I'm familiar with all these pieces of equipment, and I'm comfortable. I think Lear's a quality piece of equipment that's going to be durable for the outdoor need that we need it for. And I think that the price out of Webster Store is fair for the unit.
I appreciate you doing all the legwork on it. I'm ready to vote.
I am too.
Roll call vote?
Goss, yes. Falmouth?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Sampson? Bennett? Yes.
New business, item 15, starts on page 240 of the packet. Circle Hill Cemetery. So, motion 1, authorizing BG Homes Incorporated to complete the repairs of the Circle Hill Cemetery Sexton Building as detailed on a proposal dated April 26, 2024 in the amount of $2,400.
I'll second that.
You?
Rick does great work.
So, motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I have a question. Go ahead, if somebody else first.
I was just going to make sure that it was budgeted for. Well, it's been needing to be done for at least 5 years. Facility repairs, yep. 40,000 in facility repairs for the cemetery.
He's off $1,000. One says 2,800, one says, let me look, hold on. If you go to the quote from Mr. Goss from BG Homes, it says not to exceed $2,700 is what Ron's motion is. But
Is that me?
no, it's me because I gotta charge this because I don't have a wall plug.
Sorry.
That's okay. I think it should be a metal roof because who's gonna get up there and take the snow off it? I know we haven't had any snow, but we still have to be prepared for it. So I was gonna opt for the metal roof just because of the snow stuff. But my problem is he made it for $2,700 and the quote for the metal roof is 28.
That's an easy fix.
I didn't know how else all the rest of you guys felt about the metal versus shingles, but unless we're gonna pay somebody to go up there and shovel the roof, we have to
Oh, that
plan
roof
for it.
Never needs shoveling. It's never been shoveled. A small building.
I realize that, but you have to weigh the options of the snow wrecking your new roof. and breaking your building. So I need some more thoughts here, because I was gonna go with.
To
the
me, a
metal.
shingled roof is all that's needed there. I don't think we
Well,
need to have a
You
metal
got
roof.
trees there too, though, so. I looked at two things. I looked at the snow, and then I know what leaves do to an asphalt roof. So, and when you're not putting gutters on the little buildings, you're just putting an overhang, so. I don't know what to tell you
Well,
there.
the motion's for 2,400.
That's
bucks,
motion
correct?
ones too, for the repairs of the building.
That's the motion that's been made.
Yep. Roll call vote.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes, Bonnet,
Sure, why not? Yes.
Bob is absent.
Motion number 2. Motion directing the clerk to issue a purchase order for Circle Hill Sexton Building roof replacement to BG Homes Incorporated, not to exceed, and looking at the quotes, I would say that's $2,800, not 27. 2,800.
And what's the additional money for?
Well, it's based on the quote that's on there. For the roof quotes,
We
quote-
just approved a $2,400 price.
that was the building repairs, wasn't it?
That's what it
This
says.
is for-
Well, how is it different? I need to go back and look at his.
But the one was,
Well,
I thought the fascia
the
and the building.
shingles, the roof work for the shingles, that's the 2,400 bucks. And one was 28. So we just approved the cost of 2,400. So I don't know why the PO would need to be for more than 2,400. I don't see that they're gonna be doing any other work.
Yeah, I think you, okay.
Tried it. Yeah.
I mean.
I think you're right,
Am I
Cheryl.
wrong?
No, I think you're right.
No,
It's
that's why I
roofing.
asked, are we doing the
It's for-
$2,800 roof or the $2,400
Yeah,
roof?
because-
Well, we just
24
approved the 2,400.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
So really, the PO should be not to exceed 2,400.
This is the shingled option is what we're actually doing.
Yes.
Got it.
So he's not on
So
here,
are we
so
changing the 28 to 24 or what?
28, you did 27.
27 to 24.
Correct.
Did you just change it to 24?
I didn't change
That's what we
anything.
voted on.
I'm asked well, Don, when you made the motion, you said 2,700, but then you felt that it should have, might have been a typo and should be 2,800. And that's when I questioned, why are we making 2,800? Why would we make it 2,800 when we just bought a $2,400 roof?
I'm just reading his 2 motions there.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah,
The motion, the second motion should match the first motion in dollars. Because we chose to go with
It's
this.
for Circle Hill Sexton Building roof replacement. The same thing. In the prior motion, it doesn't say it that way. Repairs of the Sexton Building, but the only thing that Brooke bid on was the roof. He didn't bid on any other repairs to the building, like painting or whatever. I mean, unless somebody sees it on a page I don't, tell me what page it's on.
I'm looking here as well.
Proposals on 246.
Well,
A
it does,
roofing
it says
proposal.
clean, we don't make it safe for males, males.
Says it's a roofing proposal.
Yep.
Doesn't say it's for anything else.
Yep. That's why I asked if you wanted to go with the metal roof option, but whatever.
I'm just clicking on some of these little links that are in here to photos of the building.
I just was trying to get rid of maintenance and keep it simple as possible.
Okay, so.
Robert Wilkinson talks about repairs, not just the
Yeah, and I
roof.
canceled that PO a couple of years ago. I got a quote from him because Steve Donkers, who was here earlier, told me probably 4 years ago that that roof was gonna cave in pretty soon. So I got a quote from Bob because he's our cemetery sexton and he also does cemetery maintenance for Peninsula Township, Acme Township, a township out in the Interlochen. And so he's very familiar with doing that kind of stuff. Is he a licensed builder? Not anymore. Ron didn't want to sign the PO. I canceled it. I don't even know why it's in there.
I don't
That
either.
PO's
The
been
only
canceled.
thing that he's saying differently than the roof is the mold growth. I'm thinking on the side of the walls, repainting the exterior, and exposed electrical connections should be corrected.
Okay, but
And
BG.
But
Homes
that's
is-
different than what BG Homes.
BG Homes isn't planning on doing any of that stuff. They're
Right,
just
so
doing
that's
the
gonna
roof.
have to be a different vendor.
So that's a different vendor if you want somebody to do that.
but you also have a quote here that's
Old.
22. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what,
because.
that's what Cheryl's saying.
I get that. I get
That's
that,
back
but
when I tried to get something done about it and Ron didn't like Bob Wilkinson.
do you know
So
when you canceled the
the
PO?
PO got
Cheryl?
canceled.
I can't,
It was left in his hands.
I can't make, I mean, the only thing it's speculative on my part, I don't know that motion 2 should
Is
have been
even needed.
included in here.
I don't think it's even needed. I mean, I'm gonna issue a PO, so we have something to go with
Yeah, I think
the,
it's,
the invoice.
yeah, because he talks about in motion 1, BG Homes, that April 26th quote, $2,400 is for the shingle roof, and it talks about the miscellaneous building repairs. There's a few that have to be done in terms of fascia, rotted eave sheathing replaced with new drip edge. So
But that's all.
I think motion 2 is redundant.
So why don't we abandon that
I'm
motion?
gonna issue a motion and a PO anyways.
Yeah, if we're missing something, Ron will have to bring it back, but
You're gonna withdraw it then?
withdraw motion 2.
I'll withdraw my second.
Because I don't, I see redundancy there, and if I'm not, then I'm just really missing something, so. Okay, thank you for helping to clarify that. Okay, new business 16, which is on page packet 248. There. And that is authorize zoning administrator to publish your own legal notices. So several motions here. Motion 1, motion to update the job description for the zoning administrator, general descriptions provision to include develop, in quotes, develop and publish all special meeting and all legal notices for the Whitewater Township Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Appeals as amended.
I'll second.
Motion made, seconded. Further discussion?
Don't know how this- If she wants to take on that task, go ahead. That's a raise for me. But she's gonna need to learn how to publish a special meeting notice because one she gave me a week or 2 ago was not a proper special meeting notice.
Is it possible that you can set her up with the proper materials, Cheryl, to do
She
the
can see what
process?
we post around here. She can take it.
Roll
She
call
can
vote?
take the
Okie dokie. Wasn't the
form
question.
off that.
Roll call vote?
Up, dip. Absent. Gus, yes. Ahmed,
Yes.
Henrik,
No.
Glenn,
Yes. Motion number 2. Motion authorizing a 10% pay increase to the base salary of $45,000 to the zoning administrator for these additional duties. The new base salary for the zoning administrator will be $49,500. This pay increase does not limit any future merit increases.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Um. I don't agree with it. A 10% pay increase just for posting.
a handful of notices a year.
Right, I mean, she's already making more than any zoning administrator we've ever had. And it's a one day a week part-time job. I think we're paying her a good amount of money for what she's doing for us. I think it's ridiculous to ask for more money for one little thing, and it's
A clerical duty.
clerical duty.
I don't think she's working just one day a week.
That's because
Well,
Heidi,
she's supposed to be
she is
available
learning
3
the
days.
job, learning where things are. In the beginning, it is going to take more time. But
Oh, no.
she'll get it down, and I guarantee it'll be a one day a week job for her when she does.
Well, but her
Uh,
job description says up to 24 hours a week with 1 day in the office.
Sure.
So
That's 3 days. 3 times 8 is 24.
I'll be voting no, it's ridiculous. A 10% pay increase. $4,500 a year, what's that a month, Della? Almost $400 a month to generate a couple notices, maybe one a month. Please,
Well, that historically.
complete waste of the taxpayers' money.
Well, work's got to get done and
Plus, these are template documents and it takes 10 minutes to generate.
Yeah, that you don't
one.
want to give her. Okay.
Well, she's got them. She's already got documents, templates. Bob had all kinds of stuff. Templates and everything on that computer. She's
Okay.
inherited all kinds of
Mhm. Bob
things.
again. Mhm.
Bob did a great job, by the way. Sorely.
Again, your
missed.
opinion.
Yeah, well,
I know what she.
I saw him every week.
Hey, call for a
Yeah,
vote. The lady's done more in 22 days than I ever saw Bob do, so I'm gonna go for that.
roll call vote.
I'll vote.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bob is absent. Bennett,
No.
Ross, no. Thomas,
Yes, and it's a stalemate, so we will have to bring this back. The problem is 1 matches 2.
What was that, Heidi?
I said, the problem is you're giving her the responsibility with no extra payment, so one's kind of now.
Heidi.
Okay.
Two.
Motion
So-
3.
I think
We'll
we're
pass-
done with that.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
I'm glad you think this crap's funny, Cheryl. Keep laughing.
Well,
Maybe
Moving
someone's
on,
recording.
motion 3. Motion authorizing the zoning administrator to have and to hold a key to the outdoor kiosk at the township hall. The clerk shall generate and maintain a township asset record upon the transfer of the key.
I'll second the motion.
Made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Bennett,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Bob is absent. Glenn,
Yes.
Goss, yes.
Right. Moving ahead.
Yay.
New business item number 17.
No, you've got the budget amendment for the zoning administrator. Was
Was on
moved
this
here.
one?
Yeah,
Where's the?
where did it go? Did it go up a page?
No, you gotta go.
It goes right
to
here.
consent calendar, right?
Yep,
Oh,
It was pulled out of consent calendar.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cheryl. I forgot.
no problem.
What page is that on?
Hold on.
Yeah, we made that adjustment.
It's in the beginning of the packet. It's right past Cheryl's report, I think. I can memorize this too. I didn't print my packet today, Ardella. You should be proud of me. Except I'm running out of go-go juice. That's about the only
I'm
problem.
sorry, I just feel bad for you. You got so many electronics and a written.
Well, I can't double screen this because I can't see everybody then. And then somebody raised their hand, so I went to this, but I didn't bring the plug, so. All right, it's right after one of Cheryl's reports. It's at the beginning of the packet. Dun, dun, dun. See, I know, I can figure it out.
I don't even see it in here.
It is, I saw it.
Page is it on?
You put it in one of your reports. It's a budget amendment.
Agree, Cheryl. I'm not seeing it.
I saw it when I read my board packet.
Yes, I
was
know it's in
there.
here because I read it like 4 times, so.
I don't see it. Well, basically, obviously, from the budget amendment, it's quite obvious. The amount approved in the budget was for an independent contractor, but we hired an employee. So that gets paid out of a different line item, so those dollars have to be moved. He left it out.
Is that a?
No, I saw it in here.
I saw it.
No,
in
I
here.
sent it to you in email. That's where you saw it.
Oh,
Was
I
it in
sent
the
it
other
to you.
packet? Maybe it was in the other packet.
No, I think it's.
No, because I just did it this month. It wasn't for April. I sent it to you on 5/2/24.
I
Or my
swear to God, I
report.
saw it in this packet.
Let's see, budget amendment. No, that's not the one.
Okay, there's this, there's that. This is in a weird spot.
The revenue expenditure reports I sent to you guys.
it was
on
after
5/2
bills for approval.
Are not in this packet.
After bills for approval. Dalton State Bank vouchers that's listed here. Says budget amendments.
What page are you on?
I'm not on a page. I found it in the agenda packet listing. It's before the revenue and expenditure reports.
Page down.
He says it's not on a page. I just asked her that. Sardell, are you in the packet right now?
Yes, I'm in the agenda,
Oh,
body
yeah.
of the agenda, it listed out
Page
there.
167.
Oh, okay.
There we are.
I knew it was
167,
somewhere.
I knew I saw it.
I did too, like 4 or 5 times. I'm like, no, I know it's in there.
And I'm like, I'm not going crazy. I've seen that.
Yeah, I knew it was right after one of her reports.
Okay, so.
Knew
So I
was
think he
assuming-
wanted to pull it out because
There
there
it
was gonna
is.
be a question of, it changes to these numbers. Correct?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to pull it out. And so the 45,000, motion 2 failed. So I don't believe that this memo,
It wouldn't
does.
change.
This has got nothing to
I'm
do
gonna
with the
make a motion to
10%.
approve the zoning administrator plan department budget amendment as presented by the clerk.
A second. Now that's been pulled out of the
On
consent calendar. we do have to-
5/2/2024, because that's when you got it.
yeah.
I'll second again. This
Since
is
the
just
budget
housekeeping.
Amendments fall under the consent.
Strictly housekeeping.
Okay, but you still need a vote or no?
Well, because we pulled it out.
Right, you gotta revote. Okay,
now
I
we
got
need to
it.
vote on that.
I just wanted to make sure this has nothing to do with the 10%.
And this
that
is
wasn't
just
even on.
housekeeping, right, Cheryl?
Right.
Yes.
This is because we, instead of an independent contractor, it was an employee.
Yep.
Right, so we can't pay her out of the independent contractor line item. Because that doesn't take taxes out, but you're required to take taxes out of an employee.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Bob is absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Falmouth,
Yes.
Gracias, Glenn.
Yes. Thank you for remembering that, Cheryl.
Ardell, I knew I wasn't losing my
Okay,
mind.
now
I
we'll
know,
move
me
on
too.
to,
I was like, wait a minute.
new business item 17, which is on page
Yeah, give me the page number again, because I had to go to a different one.
250.
250. And I can't keep scrolling here. I'm losing juice.
Motion directing the clerk to issue an expense reimbursement check to Ron Pop in the amount of $243.22 by May 20th, 2024.
Do we want to change that date since he's
Somebody want to
indisposed?
second it and we can talk
I'll
about it?
second it.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Just what is the issue with the expenses?
The
Because-
issue, and I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but one item on there didn't have a PO. No PO was requested. So we didn't write the check.
So you need a PO for mileage reimbursement?
No, that got paid. There was, it said, the memo says there's two things turned in. One was for mileage and one is for,
This
I
was
know.
for some other miscellaneous things.
yeah,
Here's
There's
mileage.
mileage.
and
mileage
then
got paid.
Here's mileage.
The office
Here's
expense didn't.
mileage.
Is that correct?
Right.
Mileage.
Also, the policy is that you're supposed to turn in your mileage once a month. And Ron insists on not turning us in until the very end of the month, which causes it to not be paid until April, which causes it to then go on to the new fiscal year expenses
Really should be turning in our mileages and our expenses
every
monthly.
month.
So there's a Zoom monthly charge, which is reoccurring. The pizza for the.
Zoom isn't even authorized.
Huh?
Zoom isn't even authorized.
Oh,
Board has an authorized Zoom that expired on December 31st.
And it never got renewed.
No,
oh, and well, this is the charges
We
from
don't have to do
July
Zoom.
7th of 2023.
and why are we just getting the expense reimbursement request for that? Ridiculous.
Maybe he's backed up on his paperwork. I don't know. We're still waiting for 10 requests from you, so I don't understand.
So consequential things that mean nothing. Well, nothing will be done with them.
All right. We'll call vote.
So.
Falmouth,
Okay. Well, sure, you're gonna have to wait a second, because now I need to relook at something, because now you're saying this is only for the office stuff.
That's what it
Two
showed.
$143.22, Heidi. It doesn't include any of the mileage.
You said you paid them for the mileage already.
Hundreds of dollars worth of mileage.
It says right here, mileage expense was paid on 4/8/2024. So Ron is saying he got paid for the mileage.
Yeah, I saw that. So let's just pay the bills and be done with it. But I'll vote yes because this is so petty. It's ridiculous.
It really is. Valmuth,
I said yes, Cheryl.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Papa Sampson.
Elephant in the room.
New business 18, fake park Facebook. It's on page 251. The motion is authorizing changes to the Whitewater Township Park website to quote, notice dash Whitewater Township Park does not operate a Facebook page or any other social media platform. Pages looking like Whitewater Township Park are fakes and could expose your email information to third-party operators. If you have comments, questions, or concerns, please email the park manager at parkmanager7@gmail.com.
I don't know why we need to have all that. If he wants to put a notice out there, oh, I'm sorry.
Need a second, please?
I'll second. Now you may talk.
Yeah.
Motion made and seconded for this further discussion.
Sorry, I'm seeing a light at the end of the tunnel and got
You
excited.
tried to run,
Sorry.
get out.
I'm not sure why we need to go down a certain road. If he wants to say that we don't have an official Facebook page on social media platform, on any social media platform, which is the correct way to say it, then I'm fine with that, but I don't know why we need to go using words like fake and exposing you to third-party operators. I mean, why are we doing that? Why do we gotta be so negative about
It will
everything?
look very unprofessional, and if that's the way you want your park reservation page to look, go for it. Very unprofessional.
Roll call vote?
Hang on a second.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, just on the table, there's good. Please, thank you.
All right, I'm ready, sorry.
No problem.
Also, the Facebook page that is not an official Whitewater Township Facebook page says right on it that it's not an official Whitewater Township Facebook page and who the author is. So there's a disclaimer right at the beginning.
I just don't like all the negativity that has to happen here.
Goss, no. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
is absent. Valmuth,
And I'm gonna vote yes. I'm tired of the phone call.
motion failed.
New business number 19, Memo Lossy Road Nature Trail. A lot in there to digest.
Okay. Yeah. We got something. Okay. Before we go down a completely different.
All right,
Um,
motion.
Hang on, hang.
Oh,
I'd like to make a motion.
oh, okay, sure.
Motion to approve Gosling Zubak's change order number 1, extending the time for completion of the contract and reducing the work scope at the west parking area. I handed this out to everybody and I emailed it to Ron. And what this does is it keeps the price exactly the same, changes it from an actual date
Excuse
to
me.
a 6
Della.
to 8
Yeah, well, can we
weeks.
get
Excuse me, I want to second your motion.
Oh, I am so sorry. I did.
Man, you keep doing that. I just shut up.
You
I'm like,
seconded.
sooner or later, when we're not talking, she'll figure it
Motion made and
out.
seconded. Further discussion?
Okay, so, this was sent to me by Gosling Zubek.
Mhm.
And, I also emailed it to Ron. And it keeps the price exactly the same. The changes that are made here is instead of having an actual ending date, it's a 6 to 8 week time period. What this does for us is if we actually abandoned the current one instead of doing a change order, the price is gonna go up. Because they haven't, all their people got raises, so they're charging more now. So in an effort to keep us moving forward, so we can hit that, that end all date of 2025. I see this as a win-win, that they're being flexible with us.
Could you read your motion one more time, please? Oh, I thought you read it.
I did, but she needs a pen for something.
Oh,
Oh, did you want her to read it? Okay.
yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Motion to approve Gosling Zubek change order number 1, which we all have.
We put dated May 9th.
Extending-
We put dated May 9th.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Dan. Change order number 1 dated May 9, 2024. Extending the timeline for completion of the contract and reducing the work scope at the west parking area.
Okay, just so y'all know, there's a chat on Zoom from Melissa, who asked, could we table this NB item for later in meeting in hopes Ron is able to jump back on?
Melissa Melton asked that.
Mhm. She said that was way
Honestly,
earlier.
people, it's 1:40.
We're not delaying
No,
it.
no,
We don't
we're
know if
delaying-
Ron's coming back at all.
We
We're
don't
staying
even know
on
if he's
this.
coming back.
Yeah, so.
Just had to relay that. It's up on the screen. Sorry, I didn't notice.
No, I
the
appreciate
chat.
you doing that, Heidi, but I think
Yes, thank
we
you.
have to keep moving.
The description of the change to the contract scope, west parking lot and trailhead layout to include only ADA parking stalls and not full parking area and trailhead layout. Adjustment to, so what was the original one then? What does that change mean?
The original one.
The original contract, let me just see here.
Yeah, it can help me understand what's changing.
Yeah, Melissa might be able to jump in on this one, Don. Much easier, because she has actually been working with Kevin from Gosling Zubek on this.
We might
Where
want to have
I'm gonna
Melissa
struggle
comment on
with
this,
it, she's not.
but the way I'm reading it, this is the fully executed copy I'm looking at. Gosling Zubek will provide the professional services described below, site visit, preliminary layout, determination of gravel trail, determination of boardwalk, determination of bridge sizing and general construction, parking and trailhead locating and general layout materials. The way I understand it, they initially thought, Gosling Zubek initially thought that they would be designing an entire parking lot for the west entrance off of Cook Road. And now they understand that through whatever, and I think Gary might have addressed that in his
Mhm.
memo, they only need to account for 2 ADA spaces.
Okay,
That's it, so.
and so that's
there's
what
a
that's
reduction,
changed.
Yeah,
right.
Okay, all right, that's clear. All right. So that motion. is not- So, all right, roll call vote.
I would like to see these guys a little more paperwork, in a little better order.
Glenn,
Yes.
Travis have some costs. Yes, Falmouth,
At this point, yes, but I'd like to see some changes.
Bennett,
yes.
Did you vote?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, motion carried. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry, didn't. So.
This is the township hall HVAC.
No, yeah, I was just looking at that second motion he had on here, and I don't think that,
I think that's moot.
I think that's moved at this point, would be my interpretation. Okay, I just wanted to check that, Joe.
Sure.
New business 20 Township Hall HVAC.
Okay.
Motion, do you have a motion? Or?
No, I do
Okay,
not.
Motion authorizing the supervisor to sign the C2A professional service agreement dated April 4th, 2024 in the amount of $49,000.
I'm going to second for discussion purposes.
Very well, motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Did you have some comments, Dylan?
Yeah. Now, when we talked earlier, how did I do that? When we talked earlier about the planning cost for the park for the electrical system, this is not the same thing. This is somebody walking into this building, doing their inspection, doing their evaluation, and giving you a price quote. This is not an engineering thing. I have a problem paying $49,000 for that when there's many heating and cooling companies out there that'll come in and we can get a bid price. And they can tell us what they can do to fix our heating and cooling situation in this 100-year-old building. I do not see where we need to spend $49,000 when we should be getting a bid from 3 or more contractors, and that's it. That's all I got to say.
Sure. But are we faced with, again, the same situation, a project that's going to be large in scale, over 20, I think you said the number was 20,000, Cheryl, that, you know, that we're going to have some engineered drawings because
No.
being a structure.
Well, much like if you or I were to replace the heating and cooling system in our home, we wouldn't have to have engineered drawing on it. We'd go out to 3 or 4 different companies, have them come in, tell us what it's going to take and give us a price on it. That's what's going on here. It's not the same situation as in the campground. It's just not. And
I hear you on the home repair, but I view this differently. I mean, we're wired in the ceiling for heat. This thing structurally this isn't replacing, getting bids to replace an HVAC system at your house with 3 or 4 like products. I view this building, because of its age, having to have what exists today is not gonna have what exists tomorrow if the project gets done. It's a pretty much restart of what can you do with what you've got here.
Man, there are companies that specialize in homes and in buildings that are historical. And I think that's what we're looking at, Don. I don't think structurally this C2AE, and I'm always going to have to look at their name to get it right, and I don't know why. This ABC company, we're going to be abandoning whatever's up there. That's going to get unhooked. We're not taking it out because it is right in the product. It's right in it. It's not wires just laying up there.
It's embedded.
And Ron has said for a number of years, he's talked about just doing the mini splits. And I don't see us needing an engineering company for that either. I would, before we hire someone to do $49,000 worth of, oh, here's what we think you should do, because I read their list.
I'm not pleased because you got a gas line out front.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is,
What did
this is,
we, let's see,
I'm sorry.
I'm just looking here for.
Well, here's what bothers
Professional
me.
services, what we budgeted for.
Maybe we should go green in this old building. Maybe it's cheaper to go green. Maybe the green people should come out here and give us a quote. I'm having a problem
they're gonna do a study.
fixing something.
They're gonna do a study and do recommendations on structural integrity of the township ceiling.
I already
If the
know it's,
Township ceiling is structurally sound, the mechanics in it is not
Is that what you?
for heat. I'm just saying, I will never vote to spend $49,000 for somebody to tell us what we need when a contractor, a heating and cooling company will do that. They'll come out and give us a bid. They'll crawl through everything, they'll look through everything, they'll give us options. And I don't need to spend $49,000 having somebody hold our hand through it.
And the gas line's out front, so I'm having a real hard time, but where are you gonna put the furnace? Cause you have a boiler.
Well, here's the problem. So we have one room that doesn't have heat. And we have a building that is massively in need of adding on to. I am not gonna vote to spend $49,000 to assess this building as it sits for a new HVAC system, when that money could be spent, some of it, on adding on to this building. No one spends as much time in this building as I do. I've been here almost 12 years. I used to work 5 days a week. I've been thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in this building. And I have a list of things that I talked to the C280 about for the facility study. They got the final copy of that report the PC did recently, or Randy did. And I'm gonna get that list out and give it to the PC also, of a lot of things that I know are wrong with this building. And this is a Band-Aid, and we can't spend $49,000 finding out what we can do to heat one room. I get it. The electric heat needs to go. The heat bills are very high. It's electric heat, it's terrible. But you don't want to put a new heating system in this building as it sits. That would be a waste of money. We need a comprehensive project to add some space onto this building and then get a heating and cooling system, because we're talking about cooling also. We have these 2 window air conditioners, and that doesn't cut it. You can't have them on when the meeting's going. Well, 3, okay. 3
Don't
window air
forget me.
conditioners. And that's what we've had for the 12 years that I've been here. And I was coming to meetings for 6 years before that. So I've spent a lot of time in this building
Okay, well,
in the last 18 years. And
we pretty
this
much already
is
made a decision.
not
here.
something I'm gonna support.
Well, I will say,
Money.
it's my office that went almost the entire winter with no heat.
That's right.
And I had to use a little space heater.
It's ridiculous.
The lights, Don, wouldn't even hardly come on because they're fluorescent lights. It took 2 hours for them to brighten up. I am still saying that this is too much money to spend on planning when somebody else will give us, when the vendors themselves will give us a list of what is needed for this building. I can't justify
Okay, so are you
that.
taking the pie and you're gonna go out and find the vendors? You're gonna write the RFP?
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
Yeah, where is the RFP, Heidi?
I guess the only.
I'm sitting here
I
on the same
understand Ron
page
is
you are,
trying to fix
Cheryl,
the
so,
Looking down the
be
road, I
careful.
understand what he's trying to do.
I do too.
And I appreciate it, because like I said, I'm the one that went all winter with no heat in my office. But I can't, like I said, I can't justify $49,000 for planning. I can't do it. So you know how I'm gonna vote.
Well, I'm of the mindset, there's only $8,000. We only budgeted $8,000 for professional services for 265, so.
So you're budget wise, you're No.
Budget for this.
Roll call vote.
Yeah.
But we don't have a solution. So even if we vote
Bennett?
no, whatever.
No.
Bellmuth,
No.
Bob is absent. Glenn,
No. Okay. New business number 21 was removed by trustee Volmuth for a later date, earlier today. So that is, we're bypassing that. We will move on to new business item number 22, which is listed there as a fire Gmail, which is, let's see, it's on page 270. And it is request to, oh wait, missed it. Drop down here, hold on.
I'll make a
Request-
motion.
Yeah, it's a request to sell the Lucas 2 resuscitation. Yeah, you got a motion? Go ahead.
Motion to allow the interim fire chief to sell the Lucas 2 resuscitation device, serial number 301-23979 to Green Lake Township Fire Department in the amount of $3,000.
second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Bob is absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Bellmuth,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes. New business number 23, Whitewater revised insurance quote 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve municipal underwriters of West Michigan invoice number 4737 dated 5/2/24 in the amount of $50,370 for insurance coverage 6/1/24 to 6/1/25.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? I've just got one thing to point out. It's just, I think we're all feeling it on a personal level. I know I hear it from people I talk to. Auto premiums, home insurance. I mean, they're skyrocketing. I don't know of a better way to talk about it. So for us, we've gone in 2 years from $33,717 to $49,151 this year. So we've gone up almost 46% increase. We're faced today it is what it is. But I would say anybody listening out there, that in the future that you start in the fall or early next year getting RFPs out there. I think that would be a wise thing to do. I don't know that it's going to get any better, but I think it would be good for our citizens to know that there was a chance to look at it. That's just I don't know,
I don't know how
tough number to stomach. Tough number to stomach.
Yeah, but
It is.
I don't know.
And it's like everything else we've talked about today. Getting comparison prices, just because it's insurance, it does not make it any different. We really should be.
Problem with the insurance.
Shopping around.
Every single thing, even building.
Yeah. Roll call vote.
Bellmuth,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bob is absent.
New business 24. Cleanup date, Gmail, request for agenda item, April 21st.
A motion to set cleanup day for 2024 is June 8th, 2024, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m.
I'll second it. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Hold on, I got one thing on that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Hold off, please, on the roll call. I'm sorry.
That's
Justin.
okay. Sorry, I have to go off my phone. I ran out of juice. Ardella, who did we use last year?
Bay Area Disposal.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay. We're not gonna have any grass issues, right?
As far as I know,
Okay.
they fixed what happened last year.
I understand that, but maybe reiterate and make sure that we're gonna get it fixed again, that you don't have to go, hey, you rut the grass, blah, blah.
I had an extensive conversation with Chris
I
about that.
figured you did. So, all right, I'm good. Go ahead. I'm glad you didn't pick GFL. I had a bunch of stuff against.
I
it.
don't think
Thank
we
you.
can afford GFL.
I don't think they do business.
Roll call vote.
Yes, Glenn,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Bob is absent, Val is.
Yes.
No, I think you had a second motion.
I
didn't you?
do.
Yeah, I gotta go back to that. Hang on.
Motion to contract with Bay Area Disposal for the 2024 Annual Cleanup Day Services at $800 per container, estimated 13 containers, and $1,800 for labor. Total estimated cost, $12,200. And I believe we budgeted for 14,
I think.
Motion made and seconded. Any further conversation?
Do you know how much of an increase that was from last year? I
We
wrote it
budgeted-
down on something.
Yeah,
14, wasn't it?
I think I have it listed here.
I thought you did. I just can't keep flipping back on all
Yeah,
these pages.
2023, it was 11,875.
Okay, so 40, there's your 40% then.
I wasn't looking for it.
You don't even have to look, just look at your old bill and add 40%.
Roll call vote.
Glenn,
Yes.
Bob is absent, Gus, yes, Val is.
Yes.
Bennett.
Yes.
Right. And that takes us to the end of the agenda.
We already, yeah, we did 25 already.
25 was moved earlier. So we have no tabled items. Any board comments or discussion? Hearing none. Announcement, the next regular township board meeting is June 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. And we have public comment. I'll start here in the hall. Any public comment from here in town hall? Seeing no one present. Heidi, is there any public comment on Zoom?
Yes.
Who do we have?
Connie.
Connie, we're in public comment. Feel free to tell us what's on your mind.
Thanks, Don. Pertaining to the golf course liquor license, when there's conversation in this hall about being negative or inappropriate pertaining to the park page, there was a lot of inappropriate things said by the treasurer today. I found it very inappropriate for the treasurer to bring up Mr. C's in that conversation about the golf course liquor license. Number one, Mr. C's and their liquor license is not connected, nor does it pertain to the golf course liquor license or issue. Number two, as an elected official, you have no business commenting on how long it's been for sale. Mr. C's, your opinion on failing restaurants in the area was so unprofessional. Way to not support new businesses in the township, Treasurer Benak. What an awful shot to take on the owners of Mr. C's. How disheartening. Township residents, let's be sure to remember this at the polls. Treasurer Benak is running for supervisor. Say no to that kind of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Vicki, do we have anyone else?
I'm Heidi.
Oh, I said, is there anyone else on Zoom?
Hey, call me Vicky, but that's
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Make an announcement. I have no more hands.
All right. So, do I get an emotion for adjournment?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion. I'll second it.
Roll call vote.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss, yes. Glenn,
Yes.
Ahmed,
Yes.
Bob is absent. 2:01.
Meeting adjourned. At 2:00. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Yes, thank you, Don.
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to
I have
thank
to
you
go-
three for the opportunity.
I have to go charge some equipment.
We knew you would.
You don't know how close it came, but no.